You have to take it. Huh? Yeah, I heard him. This close it. Okay.
Hello. Check audio. Hello. Mic testing. 1, 2, 3. 3 seconds delay. So, better ka?
Yeah,
Hello.
you should pick. Yes, you at the side, whatever you decide. Okay. It should.
Check 1, 2, 3. Check mic testing.
Yeah.
What a duplicate. Who said that duplicate? ಸರ್ ನಿಮಿಷ ಡೂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟ್ ನಿಮಿಷ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ವಿಂಡೋಸ್ ಪಿನ ಬಂತ ಅದೇ ನೀನು ನೋಡು ಇಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿ ಚೆಕ್
ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ವಿಂಡೋಸ್. ಹಾಂ ಬಂತಲ್ಲ. ಡೂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ.
ಇದನ್ನ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಿರಲ್ಲ.
ಎಂತಲ್ಲ ಇದಲ್ಲ. ಏನಾಯ್ತು?
ಇದು ಬೋಟ್
ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಬೇಕಾ?
ಹಾಂ
ಇದೆಯಾ
ಹೊಸದು ತಂದಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
ಇದು ರೆಸಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಹಾರ್ಡ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ,
ಈಗ
ಈ ರೆಸಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ತಗೊಂತಾ ಇದೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್.
ಅದು HDMI ಇದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ವಿಜಿ ಹಾಕಿ
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಜಿ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು. ವಿಜಿ ಕೇಬಲ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ?
ಹೌದು
ವಿಜಿ ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ವರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, 102% ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ
ಇದು ಆ ಕೇಬಲ್ ತಗೊಂಡು
ಸರ್ ಇದು ಕೇಬಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರೊಜೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ರೈಟ್ನೆಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಲೇ
ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು. ಏನು ನೋಟಿಸಬಲ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ, ಡೆಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ವಿಜಯ್ ಟು ವಿಜಯ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆದ್ರೂ ಬರಲ್ಲ.
ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ, ವಿಜೆ ಟು ವಿಜೆ HDMI ಆ ಥರ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಬರುತ್ತೆ
ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದೆ.
ಇವಾಗ HDMI ಇರ್ತದೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೂ HDMI ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್.
Yeah, she's gone fine.
ಯಾ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Send that new backdrop to her mail.
ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ.
ಏನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ವಾ?
ಏನಿಲ್ಲ
ಅದು ಡುಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟ್
ಅಂದ್ರೆ
ಕೊಡ್ತಿದೆ. ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅದು?
ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ,
ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. ಉದಯ್ ಮತ್ತೆ
ಲೈವ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮೇ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಆನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ.
Fani, can you log into your mail?
Yeah, I'm
ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ ಅದು.
That's cool, right?
Yeah.
Did you try it out?
No, they are trying.
ಇವಾಗ ವಿಜಯ್ಗೆ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀರಾ?
ಅದಕ್ಕೆ
Yeah, you go. That's what it is.
ಡೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಇದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಡಿಯೋ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಆಡಿಯೋ ಬರಲ್ಲ, ಆಡಿಯೋ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. You have my number. Yes, sir. Just take my number. Here on. We can adjust the focus.
I think it's a problem with the project.
We can adjust the focus. Where is the projector?
It works fine, right? No, I'm saying the backdrop. The projector is.
I have.
This is working. ಯಾಕೋ ಏನಾಯ್ತು?
Directly it's okay with it. I don't tell any thought. I feel it is bit blurred.
ಸಾಕು ಅದು ಯಾರೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ದೊಡ್ಡದಿರೋ ಪಿಕ್ಚರ್
No, I am just putting
ನಿಮ್ದು
the-
PPT ಯಾವ್ದಿದೆ ಅದು
ಅದೇ,
open
ಅದೇ.
ಮಾಡಿ. Your PPT
ಯಾರಿಲ್ಲ.
PPT one. It's a PDF.
Down it should come.
It's personal review. I just told all my kids.
Oh, it is in online, no?
Is it online? Just a minute, I will do.
It's in PDF.
ಸೊ ಇದೇ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದೇ ತಂದ್ಕೊಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಟೀ ಕುಡಿಯೋದು ಫುಲ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ
Download.
No, download it. It's downloaded file, right? But it's PDF. Okay, I will PPT one, huh?
Yeah.
I thought it is, I have downloaded PPT. It is in PDF.
This is in PPT. No, you download it. Save it in.
Yeah.
Any fresh photo.
Let it be there.
Let it be
Yeah.
video. How many slides are there?
4 slides?
4 slides. So all 4 slides has to be PPT.
PPT, yeah.
ಆಡಿಯೋ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಇದೆ.
Audio is there in the PPT?
I don't think. Audio is not there.
Sure.
I have not checked. Audio ಯಾಕಿರುತ್ತೆ? Audio ಇರಲ್ಲ.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಆಡಿಯೋ ಇದು PPT ಇರಲ್ಲ, ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಅದ್ರ ಪ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡೋದು ಯಾವ್ದು ಇದೆಯಾ?
Oh, that is not there.
Already you have a full PPT.
PDF.
Hello?
Okay, copy paste put.
Hello?
Give me. It is copy. Download, see. कंट्रोल V नहीं हो रहा है यार, what is this?
Got it, no?
हाँ,
I think this you can remove.
yeah,
This is the first slide, huh?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, now it is okay.
Ah. Ah, yeah, on my paper. So, I have my
Huh? All cool, all cool. Yeah, yeah, you have it. No. You can have lunch. No, these people are there to help.
ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬ್ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ ಇಲ್ಲ
The director presentation. I'm just sending the director. But I think it's a high-tech jet that people should send the projector. No, who's there? They should propose more like. But this few slides is good. But it's how many years old projector is it? Water cooler is just sound ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೆ. Water cooler is taking this sound.
ಹರ್ಷ ಕರೆ ಒಂದು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ.
Yes.
ಹರ್ಷ
Okay. Yeah.
ಹರ್ಷ ಲೈಟ್ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಮ್ಮ. ಇರೋ ನಿಮಿಷ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಫುಲ್ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಹಾಕೋಯ್ದೆ ತಾನೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತೋ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಕಣ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಏನ್ ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಸೌಂಡ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಬೈಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದೊಂದು ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಸರ್ ಯೋಗೇಶ್ ಅವರೇ, ಅದು ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಕರೆಕ್ಟಿಗೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಲೈಟಿಂಗು ಪಕ್ಕ ಇದೆಯಾ, ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆಯಾ, ಫೇಸ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಮೇಲಿದಾರ ಅವರು. ಹಾಂ ಸಾಕ್ಬಿಡು. ಹಲೋ, ಸಾಕ್ಬಿಡು. ಲೈಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಾ ಅದು? ಹಾಂ ಬಾ, ಇದು ಸರಿ ಬಿಡು. ಓಕೆ. ಹಲೋ ಗಿರಿ, ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗೋಣ? ಫ್ರಂಟ್ಲೆ ಇದು ಫ್ರಂಟ್ಲೆ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ. ಅದನ್ನೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಬೇಡ ಫ್ಯಾನ್ ಇಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅದನ್ನ ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ
ಅದನ್ನ ಹಾಕಿ ಇದು ತುಂಬಾನೇ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ
ಏನೋ ಅದು ಸೌಂಡ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಬೇರೆ ಹಾಕಿ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿ
ಕೋಲ್ ಇದೆ ಕೂಲಿಂಗ್ ಇದೆ
ಕೂಲಿಂಗ್ ಇದೆ. ಓಕೆ
ಅದೇ ತರ
ಹಾ ಹೌದು.
ಸರ್ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ವಿ 4 o'clock ಹಾಕಿ 4 o'clock ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಹಾಫ್ ಅನ್ ಅವರ್ ಟೀ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಫ್ ಅನ್ ಅವರ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ವಾ?
4 to 4.
ಸರಿ ಇವಾಗ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀನಿ ಇರೋದು ಇರ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡಿ ಹಂಗೆ ಇರ್ಲಿ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀನಿ ಬೇಕಾರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಬೇಕಾ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಅವ್ರು ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಚೇರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ತೆಗೀರಿ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳಿ
ಚೇರ್ ತೆಗಿಸಿ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ
ಚೇರ್ ತೆಗ್ಸೇ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಚೇರ್ ತೆಗ್ಸಿ ಸೆಟಪ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆನೆ ಒಂದು 6 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಬಂದು ಸೆಟಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ 6 o'clock ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಒಂದು ಸೇರ್ ಚೇರ್ ಸರ್ ನಮ್ದಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರು ಯಾರೋ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇರ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡಿ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ
ಸರ್ ಇದು ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಒಳಗಡೆ ರೂಮ್ ಬೀಗ ನಾನು
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಸಿಗೋರು ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ
ಕಾರ್ಡ್ಲೆಸ್ ಇನ್ನೊಂದಿಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ
ನಾನು ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ.
ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಯಾವ್ದು ಬೇಕು ಬೀಗ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದು
ಇದನ್ನ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ?
ಪೆನ್ ಡ್ರೈವ್ ನ ಮಾಮೂಲಿ
ಹಾಕಿ ಇದನ್ನ ಮೈಕ್ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಇದು ಕ್ಲೋಸ್
ರೆಡ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅದ್ರದ್ದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ?
ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಅದೇನು
Yes, yes. What is there?
Speak here itself. If I want to use the laser pointer, does the laser pointer work?
Yeah, that is the. This was the. Okay, it's connected.
You are connected, right?
Yeah.
No problem. Now, this is working.
Yeah.
This is working. This is working. Okay. This is working.
Yeah. This is also I checked.
Now, it really does not matter, right? Because I can speak from here itself.
Yeah.
Hello? I can speak from here itself, not a problem. Only thing is laser pointer. What I can do is
Laser point is also
control,
very less.
let me see, control L. Yes, so you can see.
Yeah.
I will use the laser pointer.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
So let me check again. This works, this works. Can you just go there and see that again? You're able to see? Haridasan, are you able to see the slides? I am very comfortable with this. Pardon? Let me see. It's all fine, right?
It's just why it is good. It's okay, no? Yes. Which one are you?
Is only one we are having.
We have only one.
Only one.
Battery we have.
Battery. Well, let him get one battery. Two batteries.
Yeah, right. This battery extra. ಈಗ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ
ಊಟದಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಖಾಲಿ ಸೊ ಖಾಲಿ ಅಂತೀನಿ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಆಗ್ತಾನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ
ಇದು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿದೆಯಾ So this is working now. I just want to show it.
See, I may be comfortable
Yeah. Otherwise also.
using this also.
Huh.
See, the reason for that is
Huh.
because this is working. So, this I will be able to.
Okay, good. Otherwise it's fine. Be
Because
clear.
this will not show, the laser point will
Yeah.
not show, right? For obvious
Yeah,
reasons.
but there is a.
It may be,
See, it is there, but yeah. But because of this type of maybe it has to. Yeah. Yeah.
hello? Yeah. I am all set. Thank you.
Yes, you are.
You can go back to
ಪ್ರಸನ್ನ ಇದು ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ತೆಗ್ದಿಡು ಏನು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ತೆಗ್ದಿಡಿಲ್ಲ
ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ
ತಂದಿಟ್ಟಿಡು ಇಲ್ಲಿ
You had lunch? Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
I have it on. I have a script for it. No, you need a read to that. Which I can delete it from my head. Whatever you want. That is what I find in the script. So they are behind. They are behind. So रात में से हमारा एक एक संदीप कुमार I know. I didn't. I never realized. We served at the same time. Yes.
The backdrop, yeah. Look at this, it's the same.
It will show these icons.
This is the backdrop. The backdrop, this is the master backdrop.
This one.
That is shows also that I have hyper.
Okay.
So, I will take this. This is all the presentations are here. PPTs, AI PPT. The all four presentations are here.
So process this next.
Yeah. CBR. So, Professor Harvey, then Professor
There are two.
I will deal with this PDF. I will deal with. Next question. IISc director presentation. IISc director will come back. Then we have to
Sure. I'll be here. Who will be anchoring now? Who will be anchoring?
So,
Then
this is the backdrop. Huh?
keep 2 or 3 here, and then about 4 or 5 on that. Down. On the session chairs.
This one. Yeah, I will ask her. That's the last year. The water bottle here. There we'll place the glasses. We have glasses in the coach. Sure. Sure. You want the schedule, right?
No,
Professor Narari first, medical school.
And then syllabus and then direct.
Direct.
The order is first, second, fourth.
Here and help.
I'll be here only.
Yeah.
First, second, fourth.
Yeah. Here is the pointer.
So ma'am, we can they can directly change with this.
Yes. Yes. If
Slides.
you prefer, it's already connected on. Directly says so.
Okay.
Okay, I am just keeping it here.
Put it at the top so
Yeah.
I won't forget it. Video.
You be here only.
Yes, ma'am.
Whatever. So I will not come.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, I'll take care.
Yeah.
So you'll get that, sir?
I will wait the back.
Okay, so I
Yeah, there is help. From backstage is here. I have to come from here.
No, ma'am. Yes, sir, I'll show you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Um, I think we will. Hello, I think we'll get started. Please settle down, please. I would request all of you to settle down so that we can start the session. Okay, we will get start going. My name is Fanindra Alavarthi, and I'm currently the chair of Office of Development and Alumni Affairs. A very good afternoon to all of you. We extend the warm welcome to all the alumni who have gathered today for this alumni reunion. Needless to mention, we are going to begin this afternoon events with a talk on the Center for Brain Research in the Service of Society by Professor Narahari, followed by a talk on the IISc Medical School, The Next Frontiers by Professor Navakant Bhatt, and the last talk on giving opportunities at IISc. After this, we will have a high tea at 4 p.m., followed by rest of the evening session. We request you to kindly assemble back here around 4:25 for the director's address. So to begin this session, it's my pleasure to introduce Professor Narahari. Professor Narahari is a proud alumni of IISc and has been at the IISc since August 1979. Was a BE student in the Department of ECE from 79 to 82, ME student in the School of Automation from 82 to 84, PhD student in the Department of CSA 84 to 87. Since February 1988, he has been a faculty member in the CSA and was the chair of the department during 2009 to 2014. He was the Dean of Division of Electrical, Electronics and Computer Science at IISc from 2014 to 2021. He was also chairing the Office of Digits, which has transformed the campus into digital during 2016 to 2020. He is part of AI Research Cluster and Controls and Optimization Cluster of IISc. Since June 1st, 2022, he is officiating as a Director of Center for Brain Research at IISc. He is an elected fellow of IEEE, Indian National Science Academy, Indian Academy of Sciences, Indian National Academy of Engineering, National Academy of Sciences. He is a recipient of J.C. Bose National Fellowship from the DST Government of India. In 2009, he received the IISc Alumni Award for Research Excellence in Engineering at the IISc. He is an author of 3 books, all of them related to the game theory and automated manufacturing systems. Now I invite Professor Narahari to come on stage and to deliver his talk on Center for Brain Research on the Service of the Society.
Thank you, Professor Phanindra, for a very, very long introduction that took away 3 minutes of my talk. Good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I think it's a pleasure, privilege, and a matter of great delight for me to be speaking in front of my very dear alumni of IISc. As Professor Phanindra just now was saying, I am also a very proud alumnus of IISc. I have been in IISc since 1979, which means almost like 43 years. So it's a real pleasure for me to be talking to all of you. I hope the slides are clear to you. So today I will take you through some key aspects of a very unique center that has been started in the Indian Institute of Science campus, the Center for Brain Research. This is a research center which is hosted by IISc and which is supported by philanthropy and which has been started in a mission mode in the service of society and in particular elderly population in our country. Let me first give you a bit of background about the center. All of us know about the tremendous burden of neurodegenerative diseases, whether it is Alzheimer's or Parkinson's or vascular dementia, or a variety of brain-related disorders. These are the neurodegenerative disorders of the elderly population. It causes enormous burden on the elderly population and also on the immediate family members of the affected people. And the pictures here basically show some elderly population who have some of these disorders. But these are actually, what I'm showing in these pictures are very, very mild. But the kind of trauma, the kind of agony, the kind of pain that is induced on the people who are affected with the disease and also the immediate ecosystem is to be seen, to be believed. Turns out that if we look at the elderly population in our country, right now, we have almost like 14 crores of elders who are 60 plus years. And then if you look at how the growth of the elderly population is going to happen in the country, by 2050, we can actually expect almost like 32 crores of the population to be 60 plus. It also turns out that if you look at neurodegenerative disorders in the elderly population, the dementia cases, when I say dementia is not a specific brain disease. Dementia is actually a group of conditions. It's actually a generic term. It's a group of conditions characterized by impaired ability of brain functions. For example, to remember, to perform normal activities, to think, or to make decisions. When I talk about dementia, it includes, for example, Alzheimer's. It includes vascular dementia. And of course, in addition to dementia, you have a variety of other neurodegenerative disorders. So if you look at just dementia conditions, and then you look at what's the current number of people in India, elderly people in India who are afflicted with dementia, that number is a staggering 53 lakhs right now. And this number is likely to touch 140 lakhs, 1.4 crores by 2050. What it essentially means is that 4% of the elderly population actually could be suffering from neurodegenerative disorders. So this is something that we have to really keep in mind, the kind of a socio-economic crisis that this is likely to trigger in the country is to be really imagined. Now, if you look at how dementia or cognitive decline actually happens in individuals. If you look at this graph, I hope this graph is clear to you. There are two curves there. So one is the green curve. The green curve basically represents an aging brain in very normal individuals. So here there is no neurodegeneration. So you can see that there are natural effects of aging because of which there is a cognitive decline. The y-axis has cognitive decline here, whereas the x-axis has time. So you can see that the green curve basically corresponds to healthy individuals, normal individuals, where there is only the age-related cognitive decline. Whereas in the case of people with neurodegeneration, you can see that initially it is fine, and then you have what is called brain Alzheimer's dementia, followed by mild cognitive impairment, MCI, and then you will see mild, moderate, moderately severe, and severe conditions of Alzheimer's or any other neurodegenerative conditions. So this is a very illustrative graph, and the idea here is, can we somehow make this second curve that we have coincide with the green curve? What does that mean? Can we prevent cognitive decline from happening? That's number one. The second question that we can ask is, can we do an early diagnosis of the trajectory of the second curve here? So the second curve basically showing cognitive decline, which is very rapid. Now, is it possible for us to predict the trajectory of this? Can we do early diagnosis? And then can we at least do postponement? Can we delay the onset of cognitive decline? And then if nothing is possible, can we at least find a very effective cure and effective management of the neurodegenerative disease when it actually happens? So you can see that there are many, many fundamental questions that arise here. And these are grand challenge problems. These are very difficult problems. There is so much of work that has been done on brain research itself. However, if you want satisfactory answers to these questions, if you want scientific answers to these questions, the answer is no. We do not have a conclusive answer to any of these questions. Whether it is early diagnosis or prevention or postponement or effective cure, you don't have questions. And these are essentially 20-year, 30-year, 40-year, 50-year kind of problems. Moving on, if we look at just early diagnosis, right? Is early diagnosis possible? Is it possible to predict that this particular patient is going to be afflicted with Alzheimer's maybe 10 years from now, 15 years from now? There is some hope there. You can see that there are many markers here. The x-axis basically shows the time, the preclinical stage, mild cognitive impairment, and then dementia, and so on. So you can see this is basically the time axis. Whereas the y-axis basically shows normal and abnormal. So if the values are high, it's abnormal. You may not be able to read this, but these are actually basically some markers, right, which actually show a trend like this very early on during the preclinical stage itself. Whereas you can see at the clinical stage, actually when the symptoms appear, it's very, very late. The symptoms will appear very late, but 10, 15 years before that, some of these markers actually are able to tell us that this patient is potentially going to have this problem in the next 10 to 15 years. So there is some hope. But then if we want to make this hope a reality, the amount of work that needs to be done is very, very challenging. Now, coming to the Indian scenario, dementia in the Indian scenario, turns out that India is unique in many ways. Now, existing dementia research has mostly focused on Western populations. So not all of those findings can be immediately used in the Indian context. There are many risk factors that are potentially unique here, right? And some of these are actually listed here. I don't want to get into those details. Most importantly, I think very little dementia research has been done from our country. So there is an urgent need to dive deep into this area and do research in dementia, research in neurodegenerative disorders, and so on. I think taking this opportunity, taking this challenge as an opportunity, I think CBR, the Center for Brain Research, was started in 2014 through a magnificent philanthropic grant by Dr. Chris Gopalakrishnan. Now, this is a research center which is hosted by the Indian Institute of Science in the service of elderly population. The three major questions that this center tries to answer are the following. The first question is, how can we prevent cognitive decline during aging? That's the first fundamental question. The second question is, how can we preserve cognitive functions during aging? How do we arrest the cognitive decline? Third question, how can we reduce the burden of neurodegenerative diseases in the elderly population? So by trying to answer these questions through transformational and translational research, the Center of Brain Research is basically trying to reduce the burden of neurodegenerative diseases through discoveries for early diagnosis, prevention, delaying the onset, evidence-based interventions, and effective cure through cutting-edge translational research on normal and pathological aging of the brain. In some sense, that summarizes the mission of the Center for Brain Research. Now, CBR is actually a gift of the Pratiksha Trust, founded by Dr. Chris Gopalakrishnan and Mrs. Sudha Gopalakrishnan. And on the right side here, you see the picture of the building, which is exactly 5 minutes walk away from the Tata Auditorium on the same side of the campus. So when you have time, please take a look at the Center for Brain Research. And later on, subsequently also, you're most welcome to visit CBR. It turns out that both the groundbreaking ceremony and the inauguration of the center was done by none other than our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. So February 18th, 2015 was the groundbreaking ceremony. June 20th, 2022 was the inauguration of the building. So here you see Professor Anurag Kumar, who was the then director. You also see Professor Vijayalakshmi Ravindranath, who is actually the main architect of conceiving of the institute, building the institute, and taking it through all the initial operations. Then June 20th, 2022, you'll see Professor Rangarajan, who is the current director, and you'll see many dignitaries there. Okay, so I will take you through some highlights of CBR. I have exactly another 12 minutes to go. People at CBR, we have 9 principal investigators. We call the professors there as principal investigators because CBR itself is in project mode. It's actually in mission mode. So we have 9 of them, and we have actually 3 clusters of these faculty members. One cluster are the molecular biology and cell biology people. The second cluster consists of the computation, AI, ML, data science, genomics people. The third cluster actually is the most interesting cluster. These are the clinician researchers. These are the MBBS, MD doctors who interact with all of these people. So you will see molecular and cell biologists interacting with computation and AI, ML people, and all of them interacting with clinician researchers. Can you think of a more interdisciplinary kind of an environment to do translational research? Then we have a big team that works on a longitudinal study about which I'm going to say something more in detail. So we have a big team of people which consists of faculty members, clinicians, medical staff, it consists of field staff, and so on, who do all the collection of samples and analysis and so on. So this is the first longitudinal study that we have at CBR. Secondly, we have another longitudinal study called the TLSA study. And this is the team which is entrusted with the responsibility of doing the second longitudinal study. Then we have 19 doctoral students. One of the highlights here is that you have only 2 boys and 17 girls. So now we're actually struggling to get more boys into the system now. So very much unlike what happens elsewhere. So then I think the most important thing about CBR are the mission projects. So we have 3 massive mission projects here. Now, when you really want to make a mark, when you want to make an impact in this very important area, it is very important to take up challenging problems. And it's very important to do large-scale studies. And there are 3 such large-scale studies which are currently ongoing in CBR. One is called the SANSCOG, the other one is TLSA, and the third one is Genome India. So in the next 5 minutes, I will take you through some highlights of those. Now, the idea here is if you want to understand the aging brain, and if you want to understand how changes occur in the brain, then you have to study the brain over a long period of time. It could be 10 years, it could be 15 years, it could be 20 years. So that is what we are trying to do. Such studies are called longitudinal studies. So these are population-based prospective longitudinal studies. And so we basically select dementia-free individuals, 45 years, because we would like to study the healthy aging brain. And some of these individuals could develop some complications, so we will continue to study those people. And if it turns out that they have mild conditions, we study such people also. And through these longitudinal studies, the kind of questions we try to answer is, why do some persons develop pathological cognitive trajectory leading to dementia? And why do some persons have the ability to preserve healthy cognitive function in the old age, right? So these are the kind of questions that one would like to get answers for. And each of these individuals will undergo testing for 1 full day. So they undergo clinical tests, they undergo cognitive tests, they undergo an eye test, they undergo a carotid Doppler test. They also undergo a very detailed blood chemistry of the blood sample, and they will also undergo finally an MRI. So it actually takes about 1 full day. And we have 2 studies, 2 longitudinal studies. So one is called the TLSA. This is supported by the Tata Trust. It's called the Tata Longitudinal Study on Aging. This is an urban cohort. This is 1,000 individuals chosen in and around Bangalore. In fact, there are many faculty members and staff of IISc who are our volunteers here. And then we have the other rural cohort, which is called the SANSCOG, which is the acronym for Srinivasapura Aging, Neurosenescence and Cognition Study. And this is the rural cohort where we are targeting 10,000 individuals. So the idea is that you recruit 10,000 individuals and then study them for 10, 15 to 20 years. So follow-ups are extremely important here. Now, for example, at Srinivasapura, this is actually a village, so this is actually a taluka headquarters in Kolar district. Our target, this started in 2018, and the target is 10,000 aging individuals. And currently, we have 6,000 participants already recruited here. Now, about Srinivasapura itself, so this is world famous for mangoes, if some of you know. Some of you may be from Srinivasapura here. And this is in Kolar district, about 100 kilometers here. So we are targeting 10,000 people here. Now you can imagine the logistics that is involved here. We have a whole camp that is set up in Srinivasapura with 30 people. These are medical officers, nurses, then field staff, and people who will go and campaign for this particular project. And this is an area which is essentially rural, less literacy, basically agricultural community, and mono and bilingual. They speak Kannada and Telugu. And one of the main reasons why we chose Srinivasapura is because there is a low degree of migration there. People don't migrate too much from Srinivaspura, which makes follow-ups easier for us. So for all these individuals, you conduct all the examinations that I was talking about. So for example, this takes you to through the logistics here. The logistics here, by the way, is very large scale, very complex, and you have to just go to Srinivaspura to see the kind of complexity that is involved in managing the entire show there. So let me not get into the details here, but you can see that you undergo so many different kinds of tests here, and this is done year after year. And all of this is done either at Srinivaspura or at the Center for Brain Research. And the MRI machine itself is located in the IISc campus in the Center for Neuroscience. Okay, so these are the two longitudinal studies that we have been doing. One is the rural cohort, another is the urban cohort. We have now completed about 4 to 5 years of this study. And we have a wealth of data that has been collected. And the preliminary analysis that has been done shows very interesting trends about rural versus urban, women versus men, and so on. And some of the studies are going to be extremely important going forward. So the third mission project that CBR is currently leading is actually a pan-India project. It is supported by the Department of Biotechnology. It's a 20-institution project spread across 15 states. The idea here is to carefully select 10,000 individuals from across the length and breadth of the country, 15 states of various age groups, and they could be healthy, they need not be healthy, and so on. And the idea here is that once these 10,000 samples are collected from various communities, which is sort of very, very representative of the Indian population, then we do what is called as a GWAS, Genome-Wide Association Studies. And then we also do a whole genome sequencing of all these 10,000 samples. And as many as 20 institutions are involved here, and CBR actually is leading the study. Now, what is the basic objective of this mission? So it's a pan-India mission. The idea here is to catalog genetic variations in the Indian population through a whole genome sequencing, and to come up with a reference genome for the Indian population. It will facilitate very detailed genetic studies of the Indian population to discover India-specific genetic basis for diseases in general. And because CBR is more focused on neurodegenerative diseases, we will also look at genetic basis for neurodegenerative diseases. So this is the Genome India project. Again, let me not get into too many details of this project. That's a summary of the Genome India project. And I will now quickly skip these research snippets. So some extremely interesting fundamental research work is also being done, perfectly aligned with the vision of CBR. I will skip this, but take you through what CBR wants to be in the next 10 to 15 years. So as I already said, the fundamental questions that we are looking at is to study cognitive decline. So we would like CBR to become the leading international research hub for discoveries, innovations, and interventions for tackling neurodegenerative diseases. That's the first objective. Secondly, we are already, in some sense, a national coordinator for community-based cohort studies. So we would like CBR to be the leader in that. Then leader in creation and usage of modern technologies for very creative data analysis. The kind of data that is getting collected in CBR is a wealth of data. And it calls for extremely creative and sophisticated data analysis. So AI, ML, data science have a very important role to play there. And then we would like CBR to be the think tank and a public policy institution for neurodegenerative diseases and bridge the science society gap because ultimately we want to touch the elderly population. And then spearhead the bench-to-bedside translation, where we would like to involve clinicians, labs, industry, and also startups. In other words, this is my last slide. CBR going forward will be a powerhouse of aging brain research and innovation. And what I have shown here are some of the world-leading centers in this particular area. And in about 10 years' time, the hope is that CBR will be leading the pack of all the global places which are doing research in aging brain. But ultimately, I think the impact is very important. We would like to impact the elderly population of India and try to reduce the burden of neurodegenerative disorders in the Indian elderly population. I think that is the single-minded goal. And through interdisciplinary, translational, and transformational research at CBR, we hope to sort of achieve what we have set forth to do and match the very best in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Narahari, for this excellent talk. As a token of appreciation, we have a small memento to be presented to Professor Narahari. I would request Professor Navakant Bhatt to come on the stage and give that memento. Thank you, Professor Navakant. Now that Professor Narahari has received the memento, I would request him to chair the session.
Thank you, Professor Phanindra, for giving me this wonderful opportunity of chairing not only this session, but also the next session, if I'm right. So our next speaker is going to be Professor Navakant Bhatt, who actually does not need any introduction to this audience. But since we also have alumni of the institute who would have been in the institute when we were not even born, so I would like to introduce Professor Navakant Bhatt. Navakant is a professor at the Center for Nanoscience and Engineering at IISc. His research focus is on nanoscale transistor devices and on novel materials for creating a new, robust, inexpensive and low-power sensor devices and systems. Before joining IISc, he worked as a device engineer at Motorola. Professor Navakant is currently the Dean of the Division of Interdisciplinary Sciences at the Institute. Navakant received a PhD in electrical engineering from Stanford University and an MTech in microelectronics from IIT Bombay and a BE in electronics and communications from the Sri Jayachamara Institute of Technology at Mysore. Among his many awards are the Infosys Prize in Engineering and Computer Science in 2018, Dr. Abdul Kalam Technology Innovation National Fellowship 2018, Professor Rustum Choksi Award in 2017, CII Industrial Innovation Award in 2017. He's a fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, Swarna Jayanti Fellowship, Professor Satish Dhawan Award. He's author or co-author of more than 250 publications in top-class journals and conferences. And most importantly, he also holds 24 patents. So I will not belabor anymore. There are many more paragraphs to be read here. Let's welcome Professor Navakant Bhatt with a wide applause, and I invite him to deliver his talk.
Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you, Professor Narahari, for even longer introduction than what Phani did. I think you have taken about 5 minutes of my talk time. But let me again welcome all of you. I'm really delighted to share with you some very exciting development that we have initiated at the Institute. which is to set up a postgraduate medical school at IISc, which we believe that it's going to be a new frontier and will define the pathway for future of IISc going forward. So let me begin with this slide, our founder's vision. I want to highlight two aspects here, to provide advanced instruction in all branches of science, right, of knowledge, cutting across all branches, and eventually leading to material and industrial welfare of India, right? So we believe that, what we are doing currently with medical school aligns very well. We have done exceedingly well in science and engineering, and we are going to address one more very important branch of knowledge, that is medicine, right? So we have a rich legacy, more than a century, excellence in science and engineering. We are #1 university in India. We are also world #1 in terms of measure, which is research impact, which is citation per faculty as per QS ranking. And we have also been recognized as Institute of Eminence from the Government of India. So with all that behind us, we believe that the medical school, will really take us to much greater heights in the coming years. Just to sort of set the context, I would say that COVID-19 perhaps was a tipping point. That's when a team of us led by our director, Professor Rangarajan, decided that, the time has come for us to venture into this domain. And more importantly, COVID-19 has illustrated that there is a need of convergence of all discipline if you want to create the healthcare technologies for future, right? Be it molecular diagnostics, imaging technologies, AI, ML, and data science, data mining, especially in the context of health data, be it nanotechnology or variables. You really need to have all disciplines coming together and really define, the affordable healthcare for future, right? And just to sort of illustrate the impact of university-driven medical schools can have, two examples here, two important vaccines, mRNA, which was actually came out of research done at UPenn, and AstraZeneca, which came out of the research done at Oxford University, right? And indeed, we all know that they have saved perhaps more than 1 billion lives on this planet during the COVID-19 pandemic, right? So that sort of tells you the impact of, this kind of clinical research can have in sort of defining the healthcare goals and needs. But, it shouldn't be just a response to pandemic, right? We should also prepare for, unknown future pandemics that, we may encounter. And what we are doing, while it is one of its kind in India, in fact, this is the first such experiment that we are embarking on India. I wanted to tell you that there are such instances abroad. For instance, I'll just give you some examples. Harvard Medical School, is one of the best known medical school in a university environment. And several, innovations have come out of that, right? Electrocardiography, for instance, heart valve surgery came out of Harvard Medical School, artificial kidney. There's many such examples also, right? And Stanford Medicine, in fact, the Stanford Medical School in 40s and 50s was not in Stanford Palo Alto campus. It was actually located in San Francisco, which is not too far. But they figured out that unless the hospital and medical school is co-located in a university, you won't be able to make a big impact, right? That's why it was relocated, right? And again, over last several decades, several interesting technologies have come out, cochlear implants, microarray technologies, and there's a long list of technologies, right? Johns Hopkins is another example. Toronto Medical School, for instance, we just 2021, we celebrated 100 years of discovery of insulin. right? Insulin is really a lifesaver for millions of diabetics across the world, right? So all this really was enabled by, clinical research which happened in medical schools, in universities, right? And so that is what we hope we will do for the next century, right? The medical school at IISc is being set up primarily because we want to focus on clinical research and would like to create this new breed of people, what are typically called as physician scientists, who are physicians, that is doctors who provide clinical care, but through their clinical practice, they understand the problems they face, the problems for which solutions do not exist, and they bring those problems from bed to bench. That is, one can go back to the labs and try to sort of understand the mechanistic basis of these diseases and come out with new cures, new solutions. And that can be translated from bench to bedside, right? So it's really a sort of a full circle, bed to bench and bench to bedside, right? That is what we want to do. So the vision really is to have an excellence in clinical research and medical technologies. And we say that, healthcare is a very, very funny situation. Top 1 billion people in the world, perhaps even less than that, have access to the best of facilities, right? But there's a vast majority, what is called bottom of pyramid, right? Next 6 billion people do not have access to basic healthcare, needs, whether it is diagnostics or therapies, right? And that is what we would like to address, right? And we would like to really create this new generation of physician scientists and also enable translation through medtech industries and startup ecosystem. We'll actually have a medtech incubator in our medical school. And also want to partner with a whole host of other stakeholders, government, of course, be it NGOs and other industries as well. Values would essentially be, we want to provide quality and affordable healthcare for all, and, service with empathy and empower the patient. That is where all this digital technologies will come. And this hospital that we are going to set up, I'll come to that in a minute, is going to be fully digital hospital. So what we are essentially doing is we have very strong basic sciences and strong engineering and technology in the institute, and we are adding the third pillar, which is clinical sciences. So confluence of these disciplines is what is very important to be able to create cutting-edge technologies for healthcare in the coming years. And we believe that IISc is a natural choice. I want to clarify here that we have excellent medical colleges, that is what they're called, right? AIIMS or PGI, Chandigarh, several other institutes, right? But they focus on clinical care, not clinical research, right? And clinical research can only happen if, along with medicine, you also have engineering and sciences, basic sciences, right? Now, it's not something new, completely new for us. IISc is known for cross-disciplinary research in the last several years, right? We have research in vaccines and drug discovery. Several vaccine candidates have come out of IISc, and even during COVID-19, one of our colleagues in biological sciences has developed heat-stable COVID-19 vaccine, which can be transported at room temperature. You don't need cold storage for this vaccine. If we had a medical school and a hospital in our campus, perhaps the whole, the requirement of clinical trials and all that could have been accelerated phenomenally, right? Now, this excellent candidate is still waiting for all the, regulatory processes to be completed. And we have, excellent history of working on a variety of sensors and IoTs relevant for medical technologies. Professor Narahari has already told you about the Brain Research Initiative. We also have Center for Neuroscience in our institute. Digital health is a very important initiative that we are embarking on. And, biomedical systems and devices, again, during COVID pandemic, our colleagues have developed, PCR tests completely from research done in IISc, and also a very low-cost COVID-19 serology test. So several of these have come out. But during this journey, we have figured out that If we had hospital and medical school on our campus, all this could have been accelerated maybe tenfold or even better, right? So this medical school that we are going to have will have a hospital, a very comprehensive hospital at that. It would be a 832-bed hospital, which is multi-speciality hospital, primarily focusing on clinical research, as I have already mentioned, and it is going to be postgraduate medical school. What it means is that we will not run MBBS programs. Our students will be MBBS graduates, right? And they will come into our medical school and get trained towards their postgraduate degrees, which could be MD, MS, DM, MCH, or more importantly, we will have many dual degree programs. MD, PhD will be one of the most important dual degree programs that we are planning in this medical school. We will start with some specific research focus areas. I mean, we will only be limited by our imagination going forward, but we can't really spread too thin when we are starting. For instance, cancer research, diabetes, metabolic disorder, neurodegenerative diseases, because we already have an excellent Center for Brain Research that Professor Narahari has already described to you. And, we will, of course, have very, very advanced diagnostics and therapeutic facilities. And this would be fully digital hospitals. The patient should be able to get access to all the health records on their cell phones, for instance, right? As I mentioned, one of the very important programs that we will have in this medical school will be MD, PhD dual degree program. What we envision doing, this is where, this is first of its kind in India, and we really believe that this template will be emulated elsewhere in the country. In fact, as I speak, many IITs have already been talking to us. Some IITs have already, announced similar programs, right? I think this will really be followed elsewhere as well. So as I said, students come in after their MBBS degrees, they will have a first year rotation in many science and engineering labs while they get trained in clinic towards their advanced, degree, which is MD or MS. They will also spend their time in biology lab, right? Looking at some molecular diagnostic techniques, right? Or in data science or AI/ML computer science lab, right? Or in a nanotechnology or biosystem science and engineering, right? They will have this rotation program. And by end of this first year, they would be able to figure out what should be their MD, PhD thesis. They, in fact, will align their MD thesis along with the PhD work as well, right? So these students will sort of go back and forth between clinic and the labs on almost daily basis, right? We envision that to begin with, they will also have two supervisors. One will be a clinical supervisor who will come from our medical sciences division or medical school, which will become a new division, right? And also, perhaps one other supervisor who will come from the existing divisions we already have in the institute, right? So that will also ensure that the research that they pursue will indeed be highly interdisciplinary and collaborative. So, they work towards MD and PhD and they submit a single thesis at the end of 5 or 6 years. They get both degrees coterminous, right? So since this was the first time that we are starting, we have been talking to National Medical Commission, erstwhile Medical Council of India, now it's called NMC. And, we were at the right place at the right time. They were also revising their postgraduate regulations. And now they have actually brought in an enabling cause for us to actually start such a dual degree program, right? All I'm saying is that stars have all aligned, it looks like, right? So, as I said, in terms of the research possibilities, we will, of course, look at infectious diseases. We already have a BSL-3 facility on campus. We will have one more BSL-3 facility created in the medical school. Look at vaccine research, integrative medicine. That is also a very, very important thing, right? Traditional knowledge that we have, right? We can actually provide scientific underpinning. Like the excellent example is, if you recall, the Chinese scientists who got the Nobel Prize, sort of developed cure for malaria, right? Which is essentially based on the Chinese traditional medicine, right? So that is also a very, very unique opportunity that we have. Diabetes, of course, cancer research, neurodegenerative disorders, bringing in this whole, vector of data science, engineering technology into medicine, right? Precision medicine, AI-enabled healthcare, biomedical devices, and eventually going towards what one calls digital health. Can we create a digital twin of every human being? It is very common to create a digital twin of an aircraft, a digital twin of any machinery. We have figured out how to do that, but can we do a similar thing, right? This is a holy grail going forward, right? So I believe, with the kind of, interdisciplinary expertise that we have on campus, we should be able to do something like that. And we also hope to have a healthcare and medtech incubator in this medical school, which will essentially focus on translating the know-how that comes out of the research done in the medical school, either through startups, which would be created, perhaps even the faculty and students in the medical school, and or collaboration with other faculty and students in the other existing departments of the institute. So this will essentially be a full cycle, as I said, really starting from basic understanding in clinical sciences and taking it all the way towards creating a gadget or a vaccine or a drug candidate which can impact millions of lives in society. And one of the things that we are also thinking about is really to have an international collaboration, international advisory board also. We have been talking to, many universities in Europe and US. Some have already expressed interest in possible collaboration. We'll have things like faculty exchange, student exchange, perhaps also, a joint degree program going forward, right? And we really believe that this is going to be a game changer for medical research, education, and clinical care in the country, right? As I said, it will, of course, create the new breed of physician scientists. That's very, very important. Medical technologists, and also clinical practitioners who are not averse in using digital technologies. You have gone to many hospitals. You can try and with difficulty try counting how many doctors are using digital technologies, whether in their OPD or, or when the doctors go in for rounds, right? Because there is always this potential barrier to cross, right? So, but since we are starting from scratch, we believe that, we will really be able to set a new example here. And also perhaps new models of providing care, not really focusing on diseases, trying to bring people from home to hospital and trying to treat them. We should really go away from that. We should focus more on well-being, ensuring that people don't come to hospital, let them stay at home and see whether we can use many remote technologies, telemedicine or wearables and all these technologies, and ensure that, they can be at home and they can be taken care of, right? This is, a new era of providing healthcare in this century, in the next few decades, right? And where are we in terms of timeline? As I said, last year we were really very busy talking to many stakeholders, National Medical Commission, various folks in medical fraternity, and within India and outside, we drew up a very detailed project report, and government gave a green signal, but it said that, look, you have to raise your own funds. We will not be able to provide you any funding for infrastructure. So that happened. Professor Rangarajan and Professor Pani will tell you more about that. This year, we have done the groundbreaking. Interestingly, again, our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, came for foundation laying for this project. and the construction is going on at a very, very rapid pace. This hospital is happening in this main campus, northern end of the campus. 2024, we hope that this is really aggressive time scale. We hope that our hospital will be fully functional. That is by mid-2024. Not only that, construction is complete, equipments are moved in, patients will be coming into the hospital, right? That is our goal. Only then we will be able to admit first batch of students in 2025. Because only when you have a working hospital with patients being treated, then the National Medical Commission will come and do an inspection. They will provide their approval for us to admit the students, right? So our target is really 2025, we will have the first batch of MD PhD students admitted into this medical school. So IISc, we believe, is poised to spearhead this new wave of clinical research and thereby create physician scientists and medical technologists. And as I said, perhaps others would also start emulating, and this would really transform the healthcare in India. And as initiated by World Health Organization, 3 A's are extremely important in healthcare, right? Availability, accessibility, and affordability, right? We believe that that is what we will be able to do through this endeavor that we are embarking on at IISc. So with that, thank you for your attention. Perhaps maybe during the break we can have more interaction, and we would love to have your input and support in all possible manner, right? Thank you again. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Navakant, for giving a marvelous 360-degree view of the IISc Medical School initiative, which is indeed IISc's initiative of this century. It's a once-in-a-century kind of an initiative. Thank you so much, and your timing was absolutely perfect. So you have to still receive your presentation. So meanwhile, let me introduce the next speaker. This is none other than Professor Phanindra Yalavarthi. Sure. I have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker, Professor Phanindra Yalavarthi. This IISc alumni meeting is happening here, and the person who is actually singularly responsible for this is Professor Phanindra. He's actually going to talk to us today about giving opportunities at IISc. Professor Phanindra is a proud alumnus of IISc, obtained his MSc engineering degree from IISc in 2004. Prior to this, he received his BSc and MSc degrees in physics from the Sri Satya Sai University, Puttaparthi in 1999 and 2001. He received a PhD working in a US Department of Defense breast cancer pre-doctoral fellow in biomedical computation from Dartmouth College in 2007. He worked as a postdoctoral research associate in the Department of Radiation Oncology, School of Medicine, Washington University, and joined IISc as a faculty member at the end of 2008. He is currently a professor in the Department of Computational and Data Sciences. He is a recipient of many awards. These include the Apple Laureate Award in 2009, Department of Atomic Energy Young Scientist Research Award in 2010, Indian National Academy of Engineering Young Engineer Award in 2013, National Academy of Sciences Young Scientist Platinum Jubilee Award in 2014, and S. Ramachandran National Bioscience Award for the year 2020 from the Department of Biotechnology. His research interests are in computational methods in medical imaging, deep learning in medical imaging, medical image processing, and physiological signal processing. So I would like to invite Professor Phanindra to deliver his talk. Let's invite him with a wide applause.
How do I present? Thank you very much, Professor Narahari, for this kind introduction. So, as Professor Narahari introduced, I'm going to talk about the giving opportunities at IISc. So, before I go forward, here is the outline I would like to give. So, first I'm going to introduce the office I represent, Office of Development and Alumni Affairs. And then I will give a little bit of trends about alumni giving, because this is an alumni event. I would like to emphasize on it. What is happening globally, what is happening locally, and kind of benefits which you can get by giving. And then I'm going to touch upon a little bit on the core values of IISc, and then where can you contribute to those core values in terms of giving opportunities. So let's start off with ODAA, which is what it is called as. It is an Office of Development and Alumni Affairs. It has been formed in 2015, and it used to be headed by current director, Professor Rangarajan. It's a single point of contact for all corporate social responsibility, philanthropic, and alumni donations, which has to flow into IISc. And so it does fundraising for all IISc initiatives, and alumni affairs, which includes this alumni reunion, alumni engagement, alumni awards, are the core activity of ODAA. And it works under the leadership of the director. It has an advisory board which gives advice for the ODAA to act upon it. And again, even though I am the forefront of the ODAA, like Professor Narahari mentioned, I am not the one who is actually doing the work. There are about 7 people who work in the office, starting from development officers. Vanashri is the main person who actually has been the main pillar for this event to happen. And then we also have donor relations managers. We also have communication managers. We also have project managers which will look after this. Again, I would like to go back to the initial talk of the why to give. So why you? So again, I would like to emphasize that as an alumni, you understand the core value system of IISc. You know what it meant by being at IISc, what is meant by being part of IISc, what is meant by getting a degree out of IISc, right? And obviously giving is giving back to your alma mater, which has made a change. And again, I'm showing you what has been the offsetting changes which is happening in the higher education, at least in terms of expenditure. And I don't want to point out, you can see these negatives which are also coming up. Of course, these expenditures are not adjusted to inflation as well. So there is a lot of fluctuation that happens with the government expenditure, and hopefully your giving will offset those fluctuations as well. Of course, we would like IISc to be on a path for financial independence. In my view, alumni giving is one of the biggest way it can go on to that financial independence. So again, I would like to go back to what is happening globally and what is happening locally. So if at all you look at the global giving by the alumni to their universities, about 17% of the alumni give back. So that's roughly, what has been the trend. In IISc, I had been heading this office for the past 2.5 years. What I have observed is that 2% of the alumni give back. And globally, 10% of the alumni give annually. So they make a pledge and there is annual giving of 10% of the alumni who graduate. Currently, we have about less than 1% of alumni who give annually some amount. And roughly the alumni contributions, we were talking about Harvard, we were talking about Stanford, they amount to roughly about 10% of the budgets of the total university. Our budget is less than 1%, which has been given by alumni. Again, in terms of fundraising, this is a good trend that, there is a declining around 17% every year from the alumni giving. But IISc, what I have observed is in the last 2.5 years, we have done threefold increase. So that's a good trend. Again, where can you help? So before I go into what are the giving opportunities, I will say that more than your money, what we want is that can you be part of corporate social responsibilities where you work. Every organization in India by law, which makes a profit of more than 5 crores, is supposed to spend 2% under corporate social responsibility. It's by law. So if you are in the organization, please connect us to receive those funds to IISc. That is one of the best ways for us going forward in terms of you connecting us to the CSR heads or being part of the top management such that IISc can receive those funds. And connecting ODA to philanthropic donors, if you know any of the philanthropic donors, you be the torchbearer, you know what you have received. And you could really connect us to those philanthropic donors such that we can pursue them to donate for a cause. And again, be part of the IISc alumni ecosystem of fundraising. As I mentioned, our trends are not really that great, except that it has been growing. So I will say that be part of the annual giving, be part of those trends. And this is not very common except the aerospace engineering department, which has done some class batch gifts or endowment. So I will say that please come forward to give that endowments or be a batch gift. You will not give it individually, but you know the community very well, you know your classmates. And then you can give this as a part of the class or a batch gifts. And again, I will say that more importantly, IISc is known for what it does to the students. That includes you as well when you have graduated. Help IISc students to be recruited in your organization. Of course, some of you already do this, but do it more aggressively as well, right? And you can offer internships, if at all, that is something which you could do. Any other innovative ways which you could think about where you can engage with IISc and be part of the growing community, please be part of it. And again, I'm just giving this example, right? So we do these fundraising campaigns. These are there on the alumni websites where you can actually contribute online. And I'm just giving because we all talked about the hospital. We talked about the Center for Brain Research. There is an initiative which is going on, support for clinical research, where you can just go and make an online donation. So, and again, I'm not saying that this is the only one or whatever fundraising we are doing, that is, those are the campaigns you should contribute. You can propose a new one to us. So I have given already the contact details, which you have been already contacting. So propose a new one which you think will make a difference for us. We'll be very happy to take that forward after that. Again, what tax benefits, in terms of benefits, I have to talk about this. If you are in the US and you are an alumni donor, I will say that please contact the IISc Foundation, which will do the donation process for you and give you 501c3 benefit, so that it is beneficial. If it is an organization which is making a donation, so I say that IISc is one of the few institutions which is exempted from Foreign Currency Regulation Act, which is known as FCRA. So we can directly receive the funds from the foreign organization, including donor funds as well. So we could really make that happen as well. If you are an Indian alumni donor, I'll say that you get 100% tax benefit under Section 80G. So everything you donate can be claimed as a tax exemption. So now, again, I'm going back to this. I started off with this alumni giving part, and then I would like to go back to this IISc core values, because I think every giving which you are going to do as an alumni has to reflect on these core values. So again, this is my personal view about what IISc stands for. It's not representation of what typically is. So what IISc is known for, as you know, it's a world-class higher education place. That's why we are all here. And it has academic excellence starting from the admissions till even for the faculty as well. It has a deep knowledge, which does deep research, which is there, and it promotes innovation at every level. So given that there are these 4 values, which I think are very, very important for IISc, the giving opportunities are listed under each one of these core values. So let's go to the world-class higher education. So what I will say is that, if at all we have to attract very bright students to come to IISc. Now that has become a challenge for us, even though we attract quite a bit of merit students. So the fellowships which we have to award has to be more than what typically the government provides. So I will say that please contribute towards those merit fellowships such that we can attract brighter students as well. And these contributions could be as little as 3.6 lakhs, which comes forward. And again, we have a lot of students who would like to travel and present their research at various venues. So I'll say that please come forward to support or augment the travel funds which are required for students to travel, including for internships, including for any training which they would like to get. This could be as low as 1 lakh rupee. And support for the digital classrooms, because this has become the norm post-COVID in across the departments or as well as the programs. So this requires you to support about 5 lakh rupees for the classroom. Again, financial support for economically weaker section, even though IISc is known for higher education, we have a lot of economically weaker section who come from lower middle class families. So can you really do tuition fees reimbursement for us? Of course, our tuition fee is one of the lowest across the country. Our tuition fee is around 35,000 rupees, but I'll say that please, if you can come forward, it will be even more helpful for them. So again, I have given the contact here. I'm going to be around. So if at all you wish to talk to me, you can always do that, or you can go on the ODA website and then as well as contact any of them. And again, in terms of academic excellence, what it is known for, it has 100 years of academic excellence in the country. So I'll say that, we have these medals, which we give for every program who does very well. So that contribution requires you to give about 10 lakh rupees. It will be named after you, and that will be perpetuity. So that medal will be given for the program until the program exists. And we have recently initiated, Director is going to talk about a little bit more about what has been there. We have been initiated recently about annual research or project awards for every department. So these are annual research cash prizes which we give to the students such that whoever is doing very well. This could be as low as 2.5 lakhs, which you could contribute, and we could do it for 3 years. And this could be specific to the department or program you belong to or you wish to contribute as well. And merit programs, merit scholarships, these are all what we call it as top-up fellowships, which we give on top of what Government of India gives for the top rankers in, for example, like in the GATE, or for example, top rankers in the JEE, or for example, top rankers in the CSR UGC NET. So we could do this as a top-up as well. And again, for the faculty who are really world class, I will say that young investigator or chair professorships is something which you could institute that could go anywhere between 20 lakhs to 3 crores. Again, in terms of deep knowledge, again, I will say that the deep knowledge comes because a lot of the faculty members here work on very cutting edge research. Some of those highlights Director is going to present. So I'll say that you can sponsor or contribute towards an ongoing research that is dear to you. So that could be as little as giving 5 lakhs, because this gives you a lot of flexibility for the faculty to operate. And the sponsorship of an annual symposium of the departments. Most of the departments have these annual symposiums. So you could really sponsor those annual symposiums. And augmenting the current research infrastructure that exists in either faculty labs or as a central facilities. So that could also be an ongoing effort for us in terms of giving. And again, I will say that, what we have embarked in the last at least 3 years is training and skilling. Because we have the deep knowledge, we should disseminate to the society. So we have a lot of training programs starting from teacher training program. We do skill development programs. You could contribute to those teacher trainings and skill development programs such that at large, the society gets benefited out of the IISc knowledge system. And again, these need not be only in terms of money. Even if you have a knowledge and you want to be part of the skill development or as well as the training programs, please do let us know. We'll be very happy to include because you're already an alumni. And again, the innovation component, at least in the last 5 years, has become a big thing for every university to promote. I will say that there are many faculty, more than 20 of our faculty have startups, and more than 20 of our students have their own startups, which are getting either incubated in the campus or they're outside the campus. You could support those startups in terms of getting the POCs done or getting the TRL, technology readiness level, go to the next one. And support the social innovation. There are many faculty members, you will see some of these highlights from the director talks, who work on social innovation, something like sickle cell anemia, which nobody else would like to work on. So you could support those social innovation causes which are being carried out by the faculty. And you can really support the practice-based scholars. Currently, IISc also has introduced a practice-based professorship in the campus. So that means that these are all the professors who can come out from the industry who may not have PhD, but who are not publishing in top-notch journals regularly, but have the deep knowledge which comes from the industry. We call this as practice professors. So you could contribute towards establishment of those professorships which will enrich our students in terms of being industry ready. And again, we have technology business incubators. I think you would have seen the CPDM MedTech incubator, which is there for geriatrics. So we have 2 of them which exist in IISc. One of them is in the Center for Neuroscience and Engineering. So I'll say that you can contribute to the TBIs as well, any amount which you think is appropriate, such that whatever technology that is being developed at the laboratory level can be taken up to as a product level. And again, whom to contact, I will say that the alumni affairs will be the most appropriate one for you to contact, and we'll be happy to interact and then enable this such that it comes as a positive thing. Now, again, so I have to give an update about what is going to happen to the alumni affairs. So this was approved as fresh as last week. So there is going to be, till now, we have Office of Development and Alumni Affairs as a single office. But going forward, the Office of Alumni Affairs is going to be a separate entity. So director has approved this. And then we are going to have a development officer of alumni who will engage with the alumni in terms of some of these activities going at a high level and being part of the total ecosystem. We are also going to increase the communication that currently we are doing to the alumni. And currently we send out only an email about a week, but we would like to do that a little bit more, engage with the alumni in terms of telling them what are the activities which are there. Of course, this alumni reunion is one such event, but we would like to do it a little bit more frequently, both in the digital and as well as in the offline modes. So for that, we are going to have a communication manager to be recruited. So we are going to give this more engagement as a top priority. So hopefully this Office of Alumni Affairs is going to be fully operational before the June, which is about 6 months time frame. And then we want to create an endowment fund, because as I said, there is a lot of fluctuations in terms of government expenditure for the higher education. And this is also affects the scholarships we give it to the students, and as well as the current ongoing research activities and infrastructure activities. So we'd like to create IIS Alumni Endowment Fund. So that is going to be initiated from the next year with an aim to raise this endowment at 100 crores by the end of 2025. So we have a very aggressive benchmark there that in about 2 years' time or 2.5 years' time, we would like to raise about 100 crores that comes. Of course, we need all of your support. We would like you to contribute to that endowment such that will help. Mainly the IIS Alumni Endowment Fund will be used towards scholarships of the students, supporting the economically weaker sections, as well as tuition reimbursements, essentially enriching the student life in the campus. So with that, I will just stop. I know that I'm standing between you and your coffee, so I'll be happy to take a break here, and then I would hand over to the session chair, Professor Narahari.
Thank you, Phanindra, for a very nice talk and telling us all about all the giving opportunities that are available at IISc for all the alumni. You have mentioned a target of 100 crores endowment fund by 2025. I hope you can add one more zero to that. And I'm sure all our alumni will be able to, reach that ambitious target. So we have a small memento for you. Okay, so I think Phanindra is the host and he says there is no memento for him. I think we'll give a wide applause to Professor Phanindra. So there is an interesting coffee session ahead of you, but please assemble here back by 4:25 p.m. because there will be a talk by Professor Rangarajan, Director of the Institute. And you can actually catch hold of the speakers, so you can ask all your questions to the speakers during the coffee break. Thank you very much.
Director's presentation.
Yeah.
So how many slides are there?
66.
You think he'll be able to cover? Hmm?
More time, huh?
No, I'm asking because I have no experience in such things. You have. So,
It should be.
okay.
Not much information on it.
Okay. Okay.
But this is what I was
Hmm.
wondering. See this is here.
Hmm.
At present,
Hmm.
the lights, no? It's a little bright.
Yeah. We'll ask. No, we'll
Ask them
ask.
to switch off. Can you check if there is some?
Don't play it because it's showing up on the screen.
Oh, no, he was sitting there, but now
Maybe you can remove it.
No, can.
I think that guy only.
You want to reduce the duration? Oh.
There was another guy, but I think this guy is also part of it.
Okay. I don't know, brightness. Can you try increasing the brightness? No, I think that doesn't change. It's just that the lights have to be dimmed a little bit. I realized I shouldn't have used lights.
I think, but then when they dim the lights, I think it will be.
So,
The thing is, this projector is not that good.
yeah, then.
Can you close? Which one? This one?
Yeah.
No, this is connected to the projector.
Okay. I wanted to check.
If you want to be on.
After 2 years, I think I'm seeing. Yeah. so normal. After COVID, ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ನಾಳೆ ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಕೇಳಬೇಕಿತ್ತು, ನೇಚರ್ ವಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಹೌದು, ಅದೇ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಮಳೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡುದು. Yeah. Yes, morning only. Whatever you said morning only, that was the uploaded to the Google Drive by Professor Pad. And I have downloaded from there. Yeah. Yeah. There, but I think I remove the HDMI connection that I am into that. Yeah. Okay. No, I think it's not a turf. We can remove and we can do it. Anyway, we have enough time now. Okay. Just to check. Yeah, yeah. All good. And you told them whenever before to do it everything, yeah. But still, this is too. I just hope the talk doesn't get delayed. After that, immediately they if it is delayed also fine because earlier it was number of two, so that's okay. Now 7. 9 were confirmed. Out of 13, 9 were confirmed and then 2 dropped. So, sir, put hold with that. Third and sixth, so I simply prepared. Oh, he's not going to sit it? Professor, but what if they all sit and he doesn't have a seat? He has. Better, sir. First start, sir. Hello? Yes? I recall that. Please say over to that. Yes, because after that there is time now. So she is saying nature was very difficult. Good morning,
HT in the breakfast mess, and then we take the EMS, and then we have to do it.
Yes, that is the best option.
So, ma'am, what should we do? Like, we have Tamola, Damshara, which one against them?
That we can, if you can arrange that, we can.
So, Tamola can be made in bias.
Yeah. Go good.
First we'll send the DA.
ID card, register.
Escape. Sorry, can you ask them to load and dim the lights and sorry saying
Yes,
start?
ma'am. We'll tell them.
Yeah, किसको बोलना है?
Ma'am, ऊपर वो हाथ लगने वाले
हाँ.
किसको बोलना है?
Announce the light are going to come on stage.
Data. Director. Sir. Everything, sir.
So can we dim the lights now?
हाथ करना है ना उनको. हाथ करने बोलो.
अभी तक the first we'll announce and then we'll do, no?
हाँ, yeah.
First let them announce and then we will do it. They'll do it.
Can I tell them that we are ready to begin?
Okay.
Huh?
Yeah. I think we come to the stage. ये कैसे लगा कि ऐसे मत करो.
Ready.
अभी नहीं अभी ये स्क्रीन लगाओ अभी से.
I would request all the delegates to settle down, please. I would request all the alumni and delegates to settle down, please. Welcome back. Sorry for delay in serving the coffee. Once again, I welcome all the alumni who have gathered here for the reunion for this evening session. This evening session will begin with an address by the director, Professor Govindan Rangarajan. And it's my great pleasure to introduce him. Professor Govindan Rangarajan obtained integrated MSc honors degree from the BITS Pilani and a PhD from the University of Maryland College Park. He then worked at the Lawrence Berkeley Lab at UC Berkeley before returning to India in 1992. He has been a faculty member of the Department of Mathematics since 1992. Professor Rangarajan's research interests include nonlinear dynamics and chaos and time series analysis. He is a J.C. Bose National Fellow. He is a Fellow of the Indian Academy of Sciences, National Academy of Sciences. He was awarded the Knight of the Order of Academic Palms by the government of France. He was also a Homi Bhabha Fellow. And as an investigator of the Indo-French Cyber University project, he helped establish the first intercontinental satellite-based course, which we call it now as online courses. These courses were taught live to Indian and French students in various subject areas. He also headed the National Mathematics Initiative, which ran instructional schools and workshops in cutting-edge areas. He was instrumental in setting up and running interdisciplinary PhD program in mathematical sciences. He also headed the Indo-US Virtual Institute for Mathematics and Statistical Sciences, which was jointly set up by the National Science Foundation and Indo-US Science and Technology Forum of India. He is currently the director of the Indo-French Center for Applied Mathematics, IFCOM, at IISc. Professor Rangarajan has also served as the chair of Department of Mathematics and convener of Digital Information Services between 2002 to 2008. He was the chair of Office of International Relations from 2008 to 2014. Most recently, he was the chair of Division of Interdisciplinary Sciences, comprising of 10 departments from 2014 to 2020. He also headed the IISc fundraising and alumni outreach efforts in his role as the chair of Office of Development and Alumni Affairs between 2015 to 2020. He is the 15th director of IISc and has been the director of IISc since August 2020. With these few words, I welcome Professor Rangarajan on the stage.
This morning you have to go to the. No, it's not that. I want, you can't go to the slideshow mode. Slideshow mode. Oh, it's on. Okay.
You able to see it? I see it's a bit unfocused. Are you able to see it clearly? Seems to be a little bit out of focus. I don't know whether. Yeah, it's not very sharp anyway. Huh? No, it seems more the focus from the projector, from the back. Back. Oh. Yeah. Maybe from the back. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, let me welcome all of you to this alumni reunion event. It's nice to see all of you after this break of a few years because of COVID. It's nice to reconnect, meet, shake hands with many of you and take photos with many of you. So let me give you a overview of what has been happening in IISc for the past 2 years. Okay, since some of you may not be familiar with the recent developments, so it's really okay. So IISc, as you know, has divided into divisions. We have 6 divisions, and I'll not go through. All of you are familiar probably with this structure, but the new one, which relatively new one, which some of you may not be familiar with, is this interdisciplinary sciences division. So which was started about 8 years ago, and that has all the interdisciplinary departments there. So we have now slowly expanding, probably compared to the time when some of you were there, the number of students probably is much higher. We have about 4,500 plus students now, and we publish about 2,000 plus papers every year and about 700 plus courses. And we have about, if you combine both faculty and staff, we have more than 500 people here. Faculty alone would be around 470. And we have got many accolades. For example, the last 2 consecutive years, the QS rankings, we are ranked world #1 in citations per faculty. So this is a measure of research impact. So of course, there are other parameters we don't do well, but this is something which we can be proud of, that we are world #1 in at least one parameter, which is a measure of research impact. We are also one of the first 3 public institutions to be named as the Institution of Eminence by the Ministry of Education. And we are the #1 university in the NIRF rankings, and also the #1 research institution, which is a recently introduced ranking in NIRF. So in both these, we are #1. We have a lot of interdisciplinary research. There is quite a bit of focus other than on the core areas. There's also quite a bit of focus on interdisciplinary research these days. For example, quantum technologies is something which is coming up. I'll talk a little bit more about this later. Vaccines and drug discovery. Vaccines have been a strong suit for IISc for many years. And this has continued with even a vaccine development, a warm COVID vaccine for COVID, which could be stored at 35 degrees Celsius. So then we are working on digital health. I'll talk about it more later. Cancer research, AI, of course, brain, computation, and data science. Some part of it would have been covered by Narahari in his talk when he talked about the Center for Brain Research. And we also have set up some world-class facilities. NanoFab facility is something which is truly world-class. I hope some of you are able to visit it. And we also have a 3.3 petaflop supercomputer. Of course, nothing compared to Summit and other supercomputers that are there in the US, but still, for an academic institution in India, this is the fastest supercomputer. We also have a 3 Tesla MRI, and we have a BSL-3 facility where we can do infectious disease research, which of course has become so important after COVID. We also, as you know, we have a 1,500-acre campus in Chelakere, where we are focusing on teacher training, skill development, climate change research. There's a climate observatory there run by Professor Satish. We also focus on sustainable technology. There's also energy research going on. So we hope to expand those sort of areas going forward. And if you're interested about finances, so our total annual expenditure is 1,200 plus crores, of which we get about 600 crores. Sorry, now it is about 1,400 crores. 1,400 crores. About 600 crores is from the Ministry of Education as a grant which takes care of our salaries, infrastructure, basic infrastructure, and so on. And then we get about 417 crores as research grants from various granting agencies, both national and international. And about 221 crores from the Institution of Eminence grant. So there, the government has promised to give us 1,000 crores over a 5-year period, but because of COVID, that 5-year period has been extended to about 7 years since we lost 2 years due to COVID. And there the condition is that we have to match it with 1,000 crore of grants that we raise from our side. So they give us 1,000, we raise 1,000. Of course, happily we have done quite well. We have exceeded the target, as you will see, from what we have raised. And then, you have from industry about 110 crores. That is something which we need to do better. We need to raise more money from the industry. And we also get, from alumni, from CSR, etc. The expenditure is about 20 crores. Actual commitment is much larger. This is something because all the large projects are starting now. So you will see, you don't see the big numbers here. Next year, if you see the presentation, you will see a big number here. And then about 15 crores from internal resources. So this is how the expenditure of the institute is. So it's now become a fairly large budget institution compared to what it was some years ago. And let me give you some recent research highlights, what institute faculty have been involved in over the last 1 or 2 years. This is just a sampling, I must again emphasize. And needless to say, I'm not an expert in any of the areas that I'm going to talk about. So this is just, I'm going to briefly describe what the faculty have been doing. One is point of care sickle cell diagnostic test. This is India's first indigenously developed diagnostic test. It has been approved by CSO, which is again CDSCO. And it can detect sickle cell disease and trait from a drop of blood at the point of care. And it has a very high sensitivity rate and specificity rate. And equally importantly, it's at 1/10 of the current cost. So there are peer-reviewed publications, patents going on with this. This has been done by Sai Sivagurthy of IAP and Shanmuga Innovations, which is a startup that he has founded. Then we have this new strategy for fast charging solid-state batteries. We are all, we always, are hampered by when our phone runs out of batteries or our laptop runs out of batteries. These days, most of the batteries are solid-state batteries, and then it takes a long while to charge it. So this is a fast charging mechanism. By adding a thin metal layer to the electrolyte, this prevents thread-like dendrites from forming, which can short-circuit the whole process there going on. So this extends battery life and performance significantly. And this has been published in Nature Materials. So this is a significant advance in making these fast-charging solid-state batteries better. Then, as far as COVID is concerned, we have done a lot. We have here. I'm just mentioning one research advance, but we have also developed oxygen concentrators, oxygen generators. I already talked to you about the vaccine. Then several diagnostic tests, and so on. So there's a lot of research which has been done on COVID. And one such research, a more recent research, is an artificial protein shell to combat COVID-19, where they have designed an artificial protein with 2 phases, each binding to 2 different spike proteins simultaneously. So it's stable, safe in human cells, and has been found to perform very well in animal trials. So this has been published in Nature Chemical Biology by Jayanta Bhattacharya and Somnath Mehta. And then also a nice new way of generating random numbers, which is broken records. So this is a novel way in that you generate random numbers from random movements of electrons. It has a record high performance as far as NIST standards are concerned, and it also improves encryption for sensitive digital data, etc. And this has been published in ACS Nano by Kaushik Majumdar. Then you also have this space brick for Martian settlements. These are sustainable. This is a sustainable process for making bricks out of Martian and lunar soil, because you don't want to carry bricks from here. Every kg you add to your payload costs a lot of money. So it will be nice if you can, build those bricks there and then build structures right there on the Martian or lunar soil. So this uses bacteria to convert urea to calcium carbonate crystals, and this cements the soil together. And this was done by Alok Kumar and Kaushik Vishwanathan. And this also was a collaboration with ISRO. Another interesting development recently has been 3D printed gloves for rehabilitating stroke patients. This again uses a novel mechanism that it uses fundamental properties of light to sense a patient's limb and finger movements. And it's 3D printed, so it's soft, wearable. Equally importantly, it can be monitored remotely. And so therefore, a physiotherapist or a doctor sitting remotely can monitor how this is helping the patients. So this was done by Abhik Bid and Abhik Chandra Roy from Physics Department, and the patent has been filed. Then you have this snapping footwear for diabetic patients. This was specifically designed, again 3D printed. These are customized sandals with snapping arches. They may ensure that the balance of the 2 feet are proper when the diabetic patients are walking. This also avoids stresses which can lead to problems, which can even lead to amputation and so on for diabetic patients. So the serious issue which needs to be prevented, and these sandals avoid that. And this was developed by Anand Suresh from mechanical engineering. Also, another interesting development is developing nanobots that can kill bacteria deep inside teeth. So here you have magnetically controlled nanobots that can be, remote navigated from outside using magnetic fields, and they can penetrate deep inside dental tissue and kill bacteria using heat. And this can boost the success of root canal treatment. This was done by Ambarish Ghosh, has been developing these nanobots for several applications, including cancer cure and so on. And this is through a IC incubated startup, Thernotilis, and it is published in Advanced Healthcare Materials. And of course, Navkant has already talked about the medical school and the Bakshi Pathsati Hospital. So this is something which had started. Of course, people ask me, being a mathematics person, why do you think of a medical school? So, but this was something which happened after I took over as director. I took over as director in the middle of COVID. So healthcare was something which was on the top of everyone's mind. So I thought this is something which the institute should do. In India, we don't have a model where you combine, medicine with science and engineering. So, which is so common in the US and other places. But in India, you have these standalone institutions, but not these integrated universities which have all these disciplines together. So that is how it came about. And I must say, I must confess, it was quite, daunting whether we could pull it off and so on. But with everybody's help and cooperation, this is something which has, taking off very well. So the foundation stone was unveiled by the Honorable Prime Minister on June 20th. He also, inaugurated the Center for Brain Research building at the same time. So that was very nice beginning to this whole enterprise. And groundbreaking, of course, was completed. Foundation work has already started. You can see some photographs, current photographs of where the work is going on. We hope to complete this by the end of 2024. And then start admitting the medical students by 25. So this is a very aggressive schedule that we are pursuing, but we hope we can do it. So we have set up a Section 8 company, IISc Medical School Foundation, which will run this hospital and is also executing the project right now, so that we have operational flexibility in doing all this. Because we don't want IISc to be burdened with running a hospital. So therefore here this company will employ professional CEOs and others to run the hospital. But all the medical students and faculty will belong to IISc, of course. So the faculty and students will be part of IISc, but the hospital, the nurses, the technicians, all these people will be employed by the Section 8 company. But of course, Section 8 company is promoted by IISc, but still it will be a separate entity. And, we have, as I said, we were, I had sleepless nights, whether how am I going to, how are we going to generate all this money? But it was very nice especially, people are surprised when they hear the speed with which we got this major donation by Sushmita and Subrito Bagchi and Radha Patsati. So the whole thing happened over a span of 14 days. It's still hard to believe. From the day they came into my office to start the discussion to the day when they said they are going to give 425 crores, all it took was 14 days. So that was incredibly fast, and that was really something, that generosity is what we should be applauding, so, and the quickness with which they took this decision. As you know, this is just the largest single donation that we received here, and probably, it's difficult to verify, even though others, Ashoka University and others have received big donations, but a single donation probably for any academic institution, probably this was the largest single donation. So this was something which was very nice of them. So we are very grateful to them for enabling this. So that really put us on a good path going forward. And then we got several more big donations. Ajit IISc and Sara IISc, they donated 105 crores for setting up a Center for Public Health, which will be the IISc Center for Public Health, which is of course very important, especially given COVID. We need to have very well-trained public health professionals. So this will really, put us on a path for that. And we also will have MD, MPH, PhD and MPH MTech degrees. For example, public health involves a lot of data analysis. So a Master of Public Health could do an MTech in data analysis or artificial intelligence. And so they could become much better at public health. Then HDFC Bank was another big donation that we got. So they gave 107 crores. They are funding various specialties like cardiology, radiology, and emergency medicine. So this was again something which was a big boost for us. Then Prashant Prakash, who heads, who's a partner in Axel Ventures, which is a venture capital fund based out of Bangalore, and he also heads a Karnataka Vision Group and so on. He's very well connected. He's a very influential person here. So they have funded Shanta and Prashant Prakash have funded the geriatrics wing of the hospital. And then Kiran Mazumdar Shah and Biocon, they funded the general medicine wing of the hospital. And Axis Bank has funded neonatal care, the pediatrics wing. Then Wells Fargo was funding the endocrinology wing. And the eClinical Works is donating their software for their entire digital suite for managing the entire hospital digitally. Because Navkant would have told you that we are going to set up a fully digital hospital from ground up, so that there'll be everything will be done digitally, and patients will be have everything on their smartphones, so that they will not run around with paper, etc. So we want it to be fully digital. So this is something that they have helped us with. And then 2 alumni also. By the way, before I say this, I should say alumni have played a major part even in the previous donations. And it has been true for all donations that, in fact, that we have received. That is one of the big helps that alumni have given us. They put us in touch with the right people because they're all in high places. All of you are, hold influential positions. So that's something which, you can really help us even more by putting us in touch with right people so that we can make the right contacts and then, enable all these donations to happen. But some have also given directly donations. So Mrs. Nirmala Jaipallur has given 45 crores for the neurology wing and the blood bank. And Lakshmi Narayan was vice chairman of Cognizant, again an alumnus. He has given a 50 crore unrestricted research grant. So it was quite nice. I told him, we are generating money from all other sources. Can we keep yours as a reserve for whatever we don't get? We'll use it for that. So he very, magnanimously agreed. So that we are sort of keeping it in reserve for any things which are not covered as we go forward. Even though, it will appear that we have raised a lot of money, but there's still a long way to go because it's a huge project. So we still need to, generate a significant donation for the medical school itself. Most of this was for the hospital. So for the medical school, we again need some major donation. We are hoping something will come, we'll see. And then, we need endowed chair professorships and so on, so many of those, because we wanted to give all the medical faculty protected research time. And the way to do it is having endowed chair professorship will give them money so that they don't have to do clinical work during the protected research time and they concentrate on the research. So that's something which is very critical. So let's hope something happens along that front. And even many specialties still we need money. So we are still pursuing, all these things. Because I tell people that earlier, if you compare with US universities, the director of IISc was like a provost. We are mostly handling all the academic things, promotions, evaluations, and so on. But now it has become director position has become more like actual president of a university come provost, because you not only handle all the academic affairs, but also you have to do fundraising. I must have by now given about 150 presentations to various donors because hit rate is very low. You make so many presentations, finally only a few come through. So a lot of my time now goes on in meeting people, donors, making presentations, going to the US, meeting donors there, etc. So the character of the position has now changed here. So we have, and now let me talk about some large-scale initiatives. So we have Art Park, which is a very interesting experiment, which the government has done. DST said, okay, we will not just give grants to the institutions, because we also understand that there are all these bureaucratic hurdles in a publicly funded institution. So you have to follow the financial rules of the government. So many things, hiring is problematic, salaries, you can't pay competitive salaries and so on. So they said, okay, let's form, like we have done for the hospital, let's form a not-for-profit Section 8 company. And they're giving money to the Section 8 company and not to the institute. So they're giving about 170 crores to this Section 8 company, and the government of Karnataka also has been very generous, and they have given about 60 crores for this. So this will look at avatar robotics, Bhasha Setu, drone skyways, remote learning labs, etc. So, and a lot of the focus is on translation and forming startups, translating products from the institute to this, to products. But it's not restricted to the institute. It'll, it can fund things anywhere in India. So this is a new model. Let's hope it succeeds. Then, it'll be a good, model to follow later. Quantum technologies is yet another, a thing which is very upcoming. As many of you know, it's one of those areas where there's a lot of activity now. And the government is thinking of setting up, they've announced this quantum technology mission, but it is, the funding hopefully will come by the end of this financial year. And there are a lot of faculty, about 40 plus faculty members in the IISc who are pursuing this. And many areas like simulations, cryptography, communication, security, metrology, sensing, devices, materials. All these are areas that will be pursued in IISc. So the government will hopefully, will be forming 4 verticals, and let's hope that IISc gets one of those verticals here. And gallium nitride fab is yet another major development. Gallium nitride is considered, the second most important semiconductor after silicon. So, we lost the bus as far as silicon fabs are concerned. We are hoping that we will catch up soon as far as GaN fab is concerned. And therefore, semi-production pilot line is being set up in IISc. And it will be hopefully a stepping stone for setting up a larger GaN fab. This will be very useful for strategic sector because they're often banned from importing these GaN-based devices. But not just for that. I mean, even chargers will become much smaller, much more compact if you use GaN instead of silicon. So all of us will probably benefit from this. All our phone chargers will become much smaller using this. And this has been sanctioned to SID as incubator for startups, and the first startup, Agnit, has come, which will pursue these technologies. So this again is a major grant from the Government of India. And digital health is yet another area that faculty across the institute are pursuing. Of course, with now the medical school coming up, this has become even more relevant for us. So here you want to identify features that drive long-term immune protection by COVID-19 vaccines, doctor-patient conversation, whether you can do advanced speech recognition and analytics, predicting this for developing diabetes, creating comprehensive ECG database with clinical annotation. All these are areas which they want to pursue. And another interesting development is setting up a national medical data platform, where IISc will be the nodal institution. So this is a collaboration between IISc, ICMR, and Art Park. So this is to develop a standard medical data platform where you have high quality data sets. You need, because these are very critical, now AI, etc., and ML are becoming very important, you need high quality data sets to train all your algorithms. So they basically want to create gold standard data sets, which everybody can then use. It will be done on a hub and spoke model, where IISc serves as the hub. And the Bangalore cluster, BEST, we call it BEST. So SNP cluster, Bangalore SNP cluster. This involves collaboration between multiple institutions across Bangalore, with IISc serving as the hub. So we hope to embark on large projects, not only including academic institutions, but also through industries, startup companies, and so on. And areas that we hope to pursue include One Health, digital health, precision agriculture, urban transportation, and so on. And here, the Principal Scientific Advisor's Office has given us about 100 crores to start off this BEST cluster. Then coming to industry partnerships, recently, when was it? Just 2 days ago, I think, we inaugurated this formally, CellLink. They have donated several crores worth of equipment, 3D printing equipment to IISc. So we have set up a Center for Excellence where you can print tissues, etc., and you can do testing of drugs using these printed tissues. And people will be doing research on hard bone, cartilage, etc. And this is in partnership with CellLink, which is a startup in Sweden, and they have become one of the leading providers for bioprinting. Then Nokia set up a networked robotics lab. It's a center for excellence here. It's focused on solutions enabled by next-gen telecom networks for industrial and social use. And here, use cases will range from industrial automation, agriculture, and disaster management. Crypto Relief, this is a fund set up during COVID, where they donated a lot of cryptocurrency to this Crypto Relief Fund. And fortunately, these guys converted all these cryptocurrencies to dollars well before the cryptocurrency crashed, so they still have the money. So they have been funding research across India using these funds. So they have funded viral genome sequencing in IISc. So a viral genomic sequencing lab has been set up here. And Indian Navy and R&D have set up a center for aviation research and development. So this really further strengthens our collaboration with Indian Navy. We are in fact doing one more with the Indian Navy, where using supercritical CO2 platform, we are developing a very compact generator which hopefully can go on to Indian subs for the Indian Navy. It's being tested in IISc Shivaji, their campus near Pune. And Shell has entered into a long-term engagement with IISc. So this is their first such engagement. They have one with MIT in the US. So in India, they have only with 2-3 institutions across the world. So IISc is one of them. So they'll be giving $1 million every year for energy studies. So this will focus on green hydrogen, carbon sinks, supercritical carbon dioxide, which I already talked about. And there'll be structured research projects between Shell scientists and the institute faculty. And PowerGrid has established the Center for Excellence in Cybersecurity. We have all heard about the cyber attack on AIMS. So protecting our, similarly protecting our infrastructure is very critical. Otherwise, somebody could hack into our power grid systems, and this can cause great havoc on the power grid system. So they want to establish, they're establishing a Center for Excellence on Cybersecurity in Power Transmission and Operation. And FSID, SID you may be familiar with, that has become again a Section 8 company. You'll see that recurring underlying theme, everything is being done as Section 8 companies now. Earlier SID was a society, but now we have the Foundation for Science, Innovation and Development, which is FSID, which is the new avatar of SID. So it has developed 500 plus industry partnerships, 70 plus startups and so on. And many startups have been incubated. One of the successes has been Strand Life Sciences, which was bought out by Reliance Industries recently, and Tejas Networks, which has been acquired by the Tata Group. As far as education and training, this year we have started a BTech in math and computing. So some of you may have gone through the BE program, but that was after BSc. This is a proper BTech program after +2. So the admissions is via JEE Advanced, and we have got a really good group of students who have joined this BTech program. And studies tracks will include, of course, math, but AI, ML, computational science, theoretical computer science, computational biology, mathematical finance, and so on. We've also started the MSc in Life Sciences, MSc in Chemical Sciences, MTech in Bioengineering, MTech in Robotics, many such new masters have been started. We're also very aware of our responsibilities in creating an outreach, in creating a better society, and what better way to create a better society than to train new teachers. So what good teachers who are capable teachers, especially for science, generally for STEM disciplines. So we are proposing to start a BSc B.Ed program, which will be an integrated 4-year program, which will combine both the BSc and B.Ed. We want to do in our Chalakere campus. So this will be, the admission will be through a competitive exam. So what we want to try to replicate is something which we have done, with our BSc program. Earlier, when students went to BSc, even though many went out of sheer interest, passion, etc., there was always this feeling among others that these people went there because they could not get anything else. They could not get engineering or medicine, so having no choice, they went to BSc. But here, in our undergraduate BSc program, what happened was they came through very highly competitive exams like JEE or NEET or KVPY and so on. So therefore, these students could tell others that, see, I passed the same exam, cleared the same exams like all of you, but I'm taking this out of my passion. And that really boosted the confidence of these people, because often you have to fight peer pressure and parental pressure to come to BSc. But once you clear these exams and demonstrate that you are capable of going anywhere, but you want to do it out of your choice, then many people were able to come. We got very good, high rankers coming into these programs. So that changed the perception of these programs. Something similar happened in law. Law was something which was really looked down upon. Earlier, if you recall, law schools were notorious for all their law and order problems in all cities. So, but when the national law schools came into picture, that dramatically, again through CLAT, through a competitive exam, when they started admitting that, there was a dramatic change in perception. And now that's one of the sought after careers there. So that is something we would like to do, replicate for teachers, the school teachers, by having a very prestigious program through competitive admissions, so that lends prestige to this program, so that this becomes something which teachers, students aspire to going forward. We also do teacher training for existing teachers. We have trained more than 13,000 teachers from across Karnataka and across the entire India now. So this has been very unique and has had a huge impact in enabling teachers to teach their students better. So this is something which is going on in our Challakere campus. And another development in Challakere campus is our Skill Development Center. So HAL through CSR, this was one of the first CSR grants, major CSR grants that we got, about 80 crores now. And we set up a skill development center there, and that is training people in areas like IoT and embedded systems, augmented and virtual reality, solar energy systems, multi-rotor drones, and so on. And coming to infrastructure, of course, because of the rains, probably you are not able to walk around campus, but there are a lot of infrastructure projects going on. So because we need to create hostels for women, for men, so we are running out of hostel space. In fact, there's a very severe crunch. So we are setting up a 1,000-room men's hostel, a 500-room women's hostel. We are also creating, international house for international students, postdoc housing. And we are also creating annexes for physics, biological sciences, faculty quarters, and so on. So these are all big projects, infrastructure projects which are coming up. Another, more on the academic side, is the TCS SmartX Hub. The TCS Foundation funded this to the tune of 110 crores. This will house several of the interdisciplinary departments on campus, part of nanoscience, SysTup, the smart mobility and transportation research, then BSSC, the bioengineering research, and so on. Robert Bosch Center for Cyber Physical Systems. And so this, hopefully, by end of March, this should be ready. And then we are also given the, increase in our undergraduate population. We are setting up a BTech building. So this will be students for the BTech, building for BTech students, and the UG lecture hall complex. So for our undergraduate students, they are now in old physics building, not really suitable spaces for undergraduates, which have been sort of retrofitted for UG teaching, but we are now setting up a proper lecture hall complex for both the BSc and BTech students. And one wing of this undergraduate complex is being funded by Kotak, a bank, to the tune of about almost 100 crores. So this will house also a center, Kotak IISc AML Center, which will focus on research in AI, ML, financial technology, and so on. And another demand from the students has been an indoor sports complex. Like today, we have many rainy days, as you all know, in Bangalore. So training outside is always an issue. So we wanted to create a modern indoor sports complex, which will have jogging track, gyms, squash courts, about a dozen badminton courts, table tennis, and so on. We're also upgrading the Gymkhana facilities, greening of the cricket, football, and hockey grounds, installing floodlights so that students can play in the nights. And now coming to alumni support and engagement, of course, which is very critical for us. So we have, as you know, alumni portal, and we have been issuing ID cards for them. We are organizing reunions like this. Now regular emails are going to alumni. And of course, like today, we'll be presenting the Distinguished Alumnus Award. And alumni also have been very generous. They have instituted several gold medals by alumni, and here you see several of the medals generated by them. Here are some donations for projects in the last 3 years by Dr. Birur, Prahlad, Anna has given, Nirmala has given, of course I already talked about that, then Swapnesh Banerjee, Nandabalan, Madhukar, Ravi Anant, Swapnesh, then, sorry, it's again come, again, these are different, so Nirmala has given for several things. So these are some of the major donors from the alumni. And we have also set up an IISc Foundation in the US, which is a 501c3 organization. So they can give tax benefits in the US. And this is going to be at the arm's length relationship as far as IISc is concerned. It is managed independently. So donors from the US can give directly to this foundation, and then they will transfer the money to us. So in conclusion, I would like to say that IISc is embarking on a major new direction with the establishment of the medical school and the hospital. So these 100+ years, we have been doing science and engineering. Now a new pillar, a third pillar is being added, the medicine. And we also want to expand our educational offerings by expanding our BSc, BTech, PhD, and master's programs. And we also are actively expanding our collaborations and partnerships with alumni and donors. And we, of course, ultimately, what we are known for is something which we should not lose sight of, that we should be known for our excellence in research and teaching, and that commitment always remains, that we'll always be focused on excellence in research and teaching. So we look forward to your support in keeping the Institute flag flying high. So thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Rangarajan. I would request Professor Rangarajan to continue be on the stage for the DA Award ceremony, please. So we have come to the most important event of the reunion, which is the Distinguished Alumni Awards. We could not hold these award ceremony for the last 2 years due to the pandemic. So it's a great pleasure to invite all the DA awardees, Distinguished Alumnus awardees on the stage. For 2020, we have Dr. Rajlakshmi Menon, who is present here. Please come on the stage. We have for the 2021, we have Professor Sajal Das. Please come on the stage. Professor Raghavendra, please come on the stage. Dr. Ritu Srivastava, please come on the stage. For the 2022 Distinguished Alumni Awardees, Colonel Shankar, please come on the stage. Dr. Krishna Nandabalan, please come on the stage. Professor Narsimurthy, please come on the stage. Thank you. Thank you for all the awardees who are here. And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank all the people who are joined online, especially the DA awardees who could not be here. I would like all of you to give one round of applause for all of them. So the way the award is going to happen is that I'm going to read out the biography and the citation of each of the awardees present here. And once this is done for all the 7 awardees here, then I'm going to read out the citation who could not be here, who are already Distinguished Alumni Award. So I'll start off with Dr. Rajalakshmi Menon. Dr. Rajalakshmi Menon completed her MSc Engineering and PhD degrees from the Department of Aerospace Engineering in 1994 and 2002 respectively. Dr. Rajalakshmi Menon has made pioneering contributions to the design, development, testing, deployment and operationalization of the indigenous airborne early warning and control system inducted into the Indian Air Force, as well as several other flagship programs at DRDO. Dr. Menon played a vital role in the system engineering of the indigenous AEW and C systems. Its operationalizations and deployment has given an edge to Indian Air Force in attaining air superiority over its adversaries. She has been a strong pillar of the program and has strived hard to ensure that the system was inducted into the Indian Air Force. The induction of this system puts India in a select league of nationals, making it the 5th in the world to have such capability. Dr. Menon led the design and development of the intercept control and battle management system, which is unique and has been accepted by the fighter controls of the Indian Air Force after successful flight test. This feature has been developed in the country for the first time and is not even available in the imported systems of the same class. Her efforts towards successful induction of these systems is one of the biggest success stories of the Make in India campaigns of the Government of India. Dr. Menon has been recipient of many awards, including Outstanding Woman Scientist Technology Engineer of the Year by the Aeronautical Society of India in 2020, the Technology Group Award for Design and Development of Intercept Control and Battle Management Systems in August 2019, DRDO Scientist of the Year in 2015. Currently, Dr. Rajalakshmi Menon is the Director of Center for Airborne Systems at DRDO. We are honored to have Dr. Rajalakshmi Menon as a distinguished alumni of this institute for the year 2020. So, to read the citation of the award committee for exemplary contributions to the design, development, testing, deployment, and operationalization of the indigenous airborne early warning and control system inducted into the Indian Air Force, and for leading several flagship programs at DRDO. I would request Dr. Menon to say a few words to the audience. Thank you.
Respected Professor G. Rangarajan, Director IISc, Professor Phanindra, Chair ODAA, my fellow awardees, my guide Professor N. Balakrishnan, my mentors Dr. K. Ramchan, Dr. V. K. Atre, all faculty members, I can see few of them, Dr. B. N. Raghunandan, Professor B. N. Raghunandan, who was there when I went for the interview here, Dr. V. K. Atre, my seniors from DRDO and colleagues from DRDO, friends, well-wishers, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I profoundly thank the Search Cum Selection Committee, chaired by the Director, IISc, for conferring this award. It is indeed a great honor to receive this Distinguished Alumnus Award from the prestigious Indian Institute of Science. The first thing I realized when I entered IISc is what I know is minuscule compared to what I don't know, and I need to learn a lot. I think such a realization makes anyone humble and motivates to pursue further the quest of knowledge. This place is a great inspiration and a center of learning par excellence. The research approach is very unique and is like being thrown in water to learn to swim. No, there is no one to save you from the shore, but the guide would have already thrown many others in water earlier, and those seniors will surely ensure that you don't drown. I mean, the guide creates an environment in the lab to collaborate and learn and grow. I think the weekly meetings with Professor N. Balakrishnan, popularly called Balki sir, and the scintillating discussions during these meetings with all others in the lab has molded me to think and question, connect up multidisciplinary ideas and to link one idea from one field with another from another field. These factors have enabled me in my research and have helped me in excelling in my career. After my PhD, when I met a director of another lab, he remarked, "Rajlakshmi, you have now become an expert after PhD. I told him, "Sir, no, I am not an expert in any field still. But now I know how research has to be carried out and have the capability to work on any problem and not scared of any challenges that come on my way." I still remember the comments of my boss in one of my annual performance report. She has the capability to find a meaningful solution even out of an ill-defined problem, and that solution too is a cost-effective one. I attribute IISc to have inculcated this quality in me. I thank my alma mater to have shown this path to find the right solutions. Talking of my journey to this day, I thank the visionary approach of Dr. V.K. Atre to recruit scientists under MSc Computer Science scheme and of Dr. K. Ramchand to send these scientists to IITs and IIScs. I have Dr. Ramchand sir here, and I thank him for that, for higher studies. Accordingly, I did my MS and PhD under a great Doyen, Professor N. Balakrishnan. Working on clutter characterization and target recognition under his guidance, I learned many techniques which helped me later in the performance evaluation of AWNC. Thank you, sir, for teaching me to analyze any technical problem and evolve cost-effective solutions. IISc life is incomplete without a good network of friends, and I have been very rich in this aspect without selfless IISc coffee gang. Reena, Venki, Bhu, Koshi, Shri, Ranga, Ganesh, and others. Thank you for the great learning from all your experiences. It is a lifelong relationship we have built, being together during thick and thin. Seeds for the indigenous airborne early warning and control system was sown by Dr. Ramchand, Dr. Tamil Mani, Sri Meghnath, AVM Katarki, and others at CABS, and the baton was handed over to Dr. Christopher in 2004 by Dr. V.K. Atre to realize systems for IAF. Team AEWNC was formed from Aero and ECS clusters of DRDO, IAF, DJQA, academia, and industries, who under the leadership of Dr. Christopher toiled day and night to see through the induction of AEWNC into IAF. To name a few, Ishwaran, Suma, Bhakia, Sheshagiri, Bala, Rekha, Niranjan, Reena, and others, and their teams have contributed extensively in various aspects of AEWNC development. I'm thankful to Dr. Christopher for giving me the opportunities to work in all phases of the program. Handling the program planning phase, as system engineer, I proudly say that the indigenous airborne early warning and control system has much more capabilities on board than any of the other AWNC systems of this class from all over the world. Dr. S.K. Venkatesh, A.K. Singh, Dr. Rajesh, S. Kannan, M.R. Shankar, and their teams have fully supported in this marvelous feat. Intercept control and battle management is a unique capability in the AWNC system, and I have led this design and development in-house with Kiran, Soni, thanks for being here today, Ajay, Aruna, and Bhanu, using innovative techniques that mimic the IAF tactics provided by the fighter controllers. Thank you, team, for the innovative work carried out and the tough times we surpassed together with dedication and determination. Professor Debashish Ghosh's notes were the starting point for us to initiate this work. Thank you, sir. Mission system integration and flight testing and analysis is the most challenging phase, as it can make or break a project. And I had the honor of heading this phase up to the initial operational clearance of the AWNC. The lessons learned are enormous, and it was a great teamwork executed very well by Dr. Purushottam, Subramaniam, Sandhya, Ranga, and their teams, along with Semilak and Sarvanan, Elavarasu, DJQA, and IAF. I remember the enthusiasm with which ASTE and AFPT, Chaki, Batra, Karthikeyan, Kumaran, Arshi, Varadrajan, and other Air Force teams worked for the acceptance of indigenous AWNC. I once again thank the AWNC team for the passion and dedication in creating history by bringing India into select League of Nations to have indigenous AISA-based AWNC capability. Personally for me, this journey would not have been possible but for the strong support and encouragement from my husband, Professor K. Kaushi George, who always encouraged me to advance further in my career, but also ensuring that I don't lose focus on basic research. I also thank IISc because I met him here. So I thank profusely my parents, Radha and KPM Menon, who selflessly dedicated themselves for ensuring that we children got the best in life within their means. My father always inspired me with his dedication and hard work during his service. He never compromised on perfection, and that is what I also tried to imbibe. He used to tell me, no one has died of hard work, so always work hard to achieve your goal. Presence of my parents at home left me free of worries at my office, and my sister, Rajni, and my sister-in-law, Jessie, who always stood by me under all eventualities. Finally, a big thank you to my children, Anita and Anup, who adjusted to my absence at home, understanding my need at office, and many friends and neighbors who stood by me during my tough times in life. Team AWNC adopted the motto of Make in India and Made in India, with stress on indigenous design. It's not only manufacturing, but design is very important, as this only can take the campaign of Atmanirbhar Bharat to the next level. After the success of indigenous AWNC, user has entrusted DRDO with further future programs such as I-STAR, AWNC Mark II, MMA, etc., thus bringing in a change from import to indigenous. And our endeavor now will be to aim for exports. Collaborating with academic institutes of excellence such as IISc, combined with the experience of DRDO and the industries, and the enablers through the national policies of the government, exports will be a reality, and I firmly believe together we can. I also take this opportunity and encourage students present in this forum to explore making DRDO as a career option. The nation needs bright brains to create a new India to compete with aerospace and defense giants of the world and deliver the best to our armed forces. I'm not promising that the journey will be a smooth one, but challenges are many, and the thrill and happiness one gets on successful induction of a system, indigenous system, surpasses all the pains experienced during the journey. With these few words, I once again thank the nominators, Alumni Association, the Search cum Selection Committee, and Director IISc, and I humbly accept the prestigious Distinguished Alumnus Award of IISc for the year 2020 conferred on me. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Menon. I request now the director to present the award. Please come to the front. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Rangarajan. Thank you, Dr. Menon. Please have a seat. So the next Distinguished Alumnus and Alumni Award is for Dr. Ritu Srivastava. Dr. Srivastava completed his BE in Electrical Communication Engineering with distinction in 1971, and his ME in Electrical Communication Engineering also with distinction in 1973. He obtained his PhD in electrical engineering from the Louisiana State University in 1977. Dr. Srivastava has achieved a reputation among the industry peers as an outstanding engineer, technologist, and manager. Over a 35-year career, Dr. Srivastava created world-class industry-leading semiconductor technologies in static random access memory, erasable programmable read-only memory, dynamic random access memory, and flash memories. His work on semiconductor memories had an impact on all of us. Innovations that are consequence of his research include Google search engines, instant access to information using cloud-based high-speed flash, USB drives that are found everywhere these days, low-power consuming memory chips in smartphones, laptop solid-state drives, and memory chips for digital photography and music. Aside from technical excellence, he has demonstrated tremendous business acumen in managing a large team of more than 600 engineers across the US and Japan. Dr. Srivastava also obtained 26 patents, published many papers in esteemed international journals, and was an elected fellow of IEEE for life, which is a rare distinction. He has been awarded and honored both nationally and internationally throughout his career, and is a fellow of many leading societies. He was awarded 2012 Louis Winner Award for Outstanding Paper in IEEE International Solid State Circuits Conference, was appointed a member of College of Engineering Dean's Club at Louisiana State University in the US in recognition of outstanding career accomplishments. Following a long and distinguished career, Dr. Srivastava retired as Vice President of Technology and Development from SanDisk Corporation in 2016. He currently works on a voluntary basis to share experiences as well as in advisory capacities as an expert and consultant. We are very honored to have Dr. Ritu Srivastava as a distinguished alumnus of the Institute for the year 2021. So from the selection committee, the citation is for innovative engineering contributions to the semiconductor memory industry, along with business leadership in the area of digital circuit design and memory chip fabrication. Now I request Dr. Srivastava to say a few words.
Thank you. It's a great honor for me to stand here, especially physically with all of you after a couple of years of basically, online kind of things. I sincerely thank from the bottom of my heart Indian Institute of Science and especially Professor Director Rangarajan for making me feel this way. This is like one of the greatest days of my life. This journey started long ago. It's actually almost 50 years. I graduated from here in 1971 with BE and 73 with ME. The journey was, I had a script, but I'll probably go off script. So my journey started in Indian Institute of Science. Those were my formative years that have basically charted my whole career. When I started here in '68, the first course I took was in vacuum tubes. And from there, we have come to extreme miniaturization, where the latest technology now that TSMC is going to produce is 2 nanometers. So what Indian Institute of Science taught me was not just the subject matter, but how to deal with the changing technology. And that has always been with me. So I profoundly thank Indian Institute of Science. My journey, my first teacher was actually my mother, who always had confidence in me. She taught me self-discipline, which is required for this competitive world. She taught me how to do constant learning as you go through different phases of life, how to deal with adversities, and how to keep yourself fit. Life is a marathon, and in addition to getting good education, you have to keep yourself fit. And Indian Institute of Science actually taught me that as well. The campus life not only gave me the education, but also being active in sports. Actually, when I was here, I participated in sports quite a lot, billiards and snookers, for example. And I represented the institute. And as part of that, I wanted to and did participate in Mysore State Snooker and Billiard Championship. You'll wonder why I'm even mentioning that. But I had a pleasure and challenge to play with state champions, world champions. And as a 20-year-old kid, that develops your traits, which are always with you. So when you're dealing with aggressive technologies, the stressful things, competition, those things somehow in the back of your mind prepare you for all of that. My father, who started as a very modest government servant, taught me hard work. Hard work figures a lot for obvious reasons. Taught me hard work, attention to details, honest evaluation of everything, not compromising on your principles, etc., which is also required for good scientific and engineering research. You've always got to be honest with yourself. Mother Nature and science, you cannot fake. So that also always was with me. I actually had many mentors and professors in the institute that I can't even list. Professor Sonde was one of them, who was my guide. There's one Dr. Lokras. He was in chemical engineering, and I used to play badminton with him. When I got an assistantship from US, there was a curfew and I couldn't contact my parents. He co-signed my loan. So a professor here co-signing my loan, I just could not believe. So institute had many different facets that I experienced when I was here. Subsequent to that, I had many good mentors at LSU. I had Professor Marshak. He was so honest with his statements that when we had our daughter who was just born, and we were all gaga about it, he says, well, kids are just food processors for next 6 months. so I had a good fortune of having many such honest and good teachers throughout. In the industry, when I made a change, moved to Silicon Valley, it was a startup with very limited funding. You had to produce a product against all odds, and all of this training comes in handy when you have those challenges. I had some very tough bosses. One of the bosses, T.J. Rogers, he was founder of Cypress Semiconductor, which actually exists in Bangalore, even after 40 years almost, 1983. He had a plaque in his backside of his office, very demanding. And he was on the cover of national magazines, the toughest boss in America. He was my boss. And he had this plaque which said, be reasonable, demand the impossible. He said that's what is needed to drive technology. So I've been blessed with being at the forefront of technology, a lot of opportunities for accomplishments, but all those were done on the shoulders of many previous workers and brilliant engineers. So it's not just one person who can do all the things, it's the team and how you develop things. Coming to the other aspects of my career, the first one I just mentioned and was mentioned earlier was high-speed CMOS. Before CMOS, it was bipolar technology, which consumed a lot of power. After that came NMOS, which was fast, but not
low enough, low power enough. So CMOS technology was the shining light, but nobody in the US had done that yet for memories. And I was lucky enough to be given that project at MOSTEC in Dallas. That was the first US CMOS technology for memories. Because of that, I got involved with the startups, and the rest is history. At Alliance Semiconductor, we actually started the first design center in Bangalore. That was back in '95, when there were not that many semiconductor-related offices here. Mostly it was software. And one by one, we created the lab. The equipments were moved in here. And we started designs for high-speed SRAMs. It became very successful. In another place, SanDisk also exists here. In fact, in Bangalore, it's, that was one of the best places that I love to visit. 9-story building. Very successful, same kind of thing with flash technology. By the way, those of you who are not familiar with flash, it stores bits, zeros and ones. There used to be a time when a single bit will be stored in a single physical space. And at SanDisk, we went from 1 bit per cell to 4 bits per cell. 4 bits per cell, meaning in the same physical space, you can have 0, 0, 0, 0 all the way to 1, 1, 1, 1. Just think about the cost saving you can have, which makes iPhones possible, which makes storage SSDs possible, solid-state drives. So one by one, SanDisk technologies have replaced photography, music, hard drives to large extent, etc. So technology is very important. It's a passion that I have, and I encourage all of you, especially in India, to pursue in addition to software. Also, fab manufacturing is a very important aspect. Government here is funding a lot of those fab manufacturing initiatives, and I hope the institutes will provide the technical expertise in the form of graduating engineers to support that industry. If you really look at it, everything that is made possible today, from the cell phones to processors to computers, is with the backbone of semiconductor manufacturing. When I started out a long time back in Silicon Valley, the technology was 3 micron. Line width was 3 micron. Today, like I said, it's going to be close to like 3 nanometer. So tremendous reduction in physical size, which translates into very low cost. Once I was calculating, the 1983 HP 71 computer was more than $1 million per gigabyte. Today, you can have your cell phone, which has, I have my cell phone, which is 1 terabyte, probably the highest one, not probably, it is the highest one available, 1 terabyte in your pocket. So there are things like that that the future engineers who graduate should be focusing on. What is the next technology on which you'll build the next iPhones, the next laptops, things like that, or the cloud. The front of the cloud is all flash. The back is hard drive, etc. Anyway, so I'm going off track here, telling you a lot of stories also, but these are very important for the future generation. And I hope listening to all of these stories that we've been describing here will motivate you to go to the next level. This is what I say when I'm going on a recruiting trip, or I used to go to recruiting trip at Stanford, MIT, etc. Even though I never went to MIT, but the challenge for them is, what is it that where the technology will be 50 years from now? Will it be a USB equivalent of something that fetches all the memory that you have learned over your lifetime and imparts it to, I'm just kind of imagining things here. Some of the biggest stepping stones in humanity were like printing press or web, etc. Wouldn't it be good if instead of going to college and when a person is very old and when a person dies, that knowledge goes with him? Now can it be translated and put into an infant who can then start at a much higher level and go on? Anyway, these are all imaginations for future, which may or may not happen, but we are free to imagine. Coming back to, in addition to thanking all my mentors and teachers, our family had a big part to play. My sister, who is here somewhere, my cousins, and of course I cannot forget my wife, otherwise I'll be in trouble. This would not have been possible if she did not allow me to have that time, quality time. In the process, she nurtured two good daughters that we have, who are also in STEM, and I was very happy to listen to all the contributions. They both were fortunate enough to go to MIT and are brilliant enough to face the next set of challenges, how to balance the family life and their careers. So I'm really thankful for all the things that God has blessed me. Very thankful to my sister, who, there she is. She took care of our parents, which also is very important. So I didn't have to worry about feeling guilty. Anyway, so best wishes to all of you. And it's really great to be back at IISc, which has given me so much. And may the force be with you.
Thank you, Dr. Srivastava. Now I request the director to present the award. Thank you, Professor Rangarajan. So the next Distinguished Alumni Award goes to, for the year 2021, is for Dr. Sajal K. Das. Dr. Sajal K. Das graduated from IISc with a ME in Computer Science and Automation in 1984. He completed his PhD in Computer Science in 1988 from the University of Central Florida. Dr. Das made immense contributions to several areas of computer science and engineering, such as wireless and sensor networks, mobile and pervasive computing, Internet of Things, cyber-physical systems, smart living, parallel and distributed and cloud computing, data analytics, cybersecurity, social and biological networks, and applied graph theory. In a landmark article, Dr. Das applied information theory, compression techniques, and higher-order statistics to online optimal learning and prediction of user mobility. This work solved 3 open problems: complexity, optimality, and learning of mobility patterns, spurred new mobility tracking research in 3G, 4G, 5G networks, yielding more than 700 plus citations, numerous PhD dissertation. His subsequent work on weighted clustering in mobile networks received more than 1,700 citations. In recent years, he made pioneering contributions to smart healthcare by developing efficient activity recognition techniques, sensors with kinetic energy harvesting, wearables for cognitive health monitoring. His novel approach exploited multimodal sensor fusion, context learning, analytics, and intelligent energy harvesting. This work received significant media attention, had a huge tech transfer potential and wider applicability. His publications include 330 plus journal articles, 475 plus conference papers in high quality venues, 53 book chapters, and 5 US patents. He has directed numerous funded projects over $20 million and co-authored 4 books. According to DBLP, he is among the 60 most prolific authors in computer science. Dr. Das is a recipient of multiple Best Paper Awards at prestigious conferences like ACM Mobicom and IEEE Percom, and has received numerous awards for teaching, mentoring, and research. He has graduated 43 PhD and 32 MS thesis students and mentored over 9 postdoctoral fellows. He is the founding editor-in-chief of Elsevier's Pervasive and Mobile Computing Journal since 2005, and associate editor of IEEE Transactions on Dependable and Secure Computing, IEEE Transactions on Mobile Computing, and ACM Transactions on Center Networks. Dr. Das is currently professor and Daniel St. Clair Endowed Chair at the Department of Computer Science of Missouri University of Science and Technology, US. We are honored to have Dr. Sajal Das as a distinguished alumnus of the Institute for the year 2021. The citation from the selection committee for pioneering contributions to the fields of mobile and pervasive computing, wireless and sensor networks, and for his research which is of societal impact. I would request Dr. Das to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the director and the search committee and the department for the nomination. So let me start with a sloka from Taittiriya Upanishad. Since we are in an academic institute, Om Shana Vavatu Saunau Bhunaktu Saho Viryang Karavabahoi Tejoshina Madhita Mastuma Vidvishavahoi Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. We are in an academic institute. So teacher and student relationship is extremely strong and the bonding is mutual. So this particular sloka actually illustrates that. When I came about 39 years ago to IISc campus to do ME in computer science, in those days it used to be called School of Automation, it was a transformative experience for me. We were the first batch of GATE exam for 1.5 years. So Professor Narahari was just 1 year senior to us, the last 2 years batch of ME, and we were the first 1.5 years. So you can see the overlap that we had a lot of classes we had together, a lot of good times we had together. And in the podium, on the other side, you see another distinguished alumnus awardee, Professor Narasimha Murthy. He was the first year assistant professor, taught us data structures. So you can see that. So honored to share the podium with him because he was almost like a friend, philosopher, guide, our seniors, and a lot of good professors that we had at the time. Why did I say the transformative experience in 1.5 years? Because 1.5 years actually, if I think now, looks like more than 15 years of experience at IISc. I have very fond memories, not only just working through this punch card programming in 1983-84 in the supercomputing centers of the mainframe computer. You give the date today, and maybe tomorrow, 24 hours later, you can get the answers. You cannot actually afford to make any mistakes, except just maybe syntax error, the punching on the punch machine. Because if you do that, that means your program will be delayed by another day. So what we used to do is to solve the problems logically, and that's where actually IISc's contribution is. Because IISc made us problem solver. Although my wife says that we create problems to solve them. But nevertheless, so what IISc taught me, that to have a passion for education. How many of you are students here? You can raise your hands. I thought IISc taught us to be lifelong learner. So we are students forever. And I'm in academics, and I'm a student forever as well. So I have the passion and love for education, problem solving. We took a lot of courses in the math department and computer science. we had a lot of fun, and I think Dr. Srivastava mentioned about the games and all. I was coming from Bengal, football is in our blood. There's soccer, right? So I used to play for the campus. In addition to the intramural, we used to go for inter-varsity game. And I remember we lost to Mysore University in a very tough field in Gulbarga University, north of Karnataka, because the turf was very hard because the hidden rocks were there, and we are not used to that. So those kind of experience actually, and on the way back in Anandpur district, I think there was a Naxalite movements and train strike. We got stuck there for more than 10 hours. Those experiences are unique because I went with a lot of other players, seniors, PhD students, postdoc, our classmates and all. So fantastic time. And beyond that also, we used to go to movies in MG Road. And the last movie, then have dinner in Rice Bowl, you know, the Chinese restaurant. And the last bus would be gone by that time. We used to walk all the way from there in a team and come back through Shanky Tank and Vidhan Sauda and all this. These are unique experiences, right? 1.5 years, but it looks like 15 years or more than that. That's number one. And also, what IISc taught us, not only just the love for education, passion for research, but have the commitment, dedication, building the confidence, right? And many different things. Even walking from the library towards the ECE building, and the last building was TIFR building. After that, it was just forest. It was a very mystic experience. You know, the lights are very dimmed light at night. You go, it's very scary. And I'm sure that you all of you can remember that, right? All the interesting. I have come back from time to time, but in 2019 fall, I spent more than 2 months over here. I was on a sabbatical leave. And that experience was unique because I got connected with, at that time, Professor Narsimamurthy was still a faculty, not retired. And of course, connected with a lot of other people. Dr. Srikant was still a professor. So Dr. Srikant was doing PhD and was a lecturer when we were students. So like friends, right? A lot of interesting things were there. So, but got connected with a lot of younger faculty, new faculty who joined much later than I graduated, right? So it was a unique experience. But then, of course, I was a little disappointed because so much lights are there on campus. The mystic feeling was not there, right? A scary feeling was not there. Lots of buildings and all this. But it is good, actually. I'm not complaining anything about that. So all these experiences actually was an asset, I would say. Really an asset because, and I'm sure that you can probably relate to many of these things, right? We had academic experience because we grew in those formative stages of our life. We grew academically, emotionally, physically, as well as mentally. So IISc actually gave that platform to be mature thinkers, right? I never thought that actually I'd be going for PhD. And I'll say that is IISc contribution again, how? So we have had campus interviews, and that's the time Infosys probably just started. They came for, who knew Infosys? We got selected, but we thought that's not the place we want to go for. If you ask me now, probably that would be a different answer, right? We got like selected by HCL but what happened actually when we were there in computer science, we got a visiting faculty. You can see that IISc creates opportunities, and sometimes you cannot determine those opportunities by any data analytics algorithm. Because spatiotemporal correlation that happens, no prediction algorithm can actually tell what would happen tomorrow or at this juncture. So what happened, Professor Narsingh, if you're in computer science, you know he's a stalwart in graph theory. We read his books and all. He was visiting one semester in computer science department. And he gave a seminar talk. I'm just giving my life story, how things happen. Give a seminar talk on Pascal graphs and their properties. The Pascal's triangle, probably you know, comes from the combinatorics and binomial coefficients. He and Mike Quinn, his PhD student, wrote a paper and then had an open problem. He had a conjecture and no proof was there. And IISc taught us how to solve problems, right? We thought, okay, that's an open problem we found. Let's do that. So for 2 weeks' time, I spent together on that problem. And we had a solution, and I went to Professor Narsingh. Professor Deo, I have a solution for your open problem. So we worked on his board. And the office, if you remember, Professor Narawat, it was at the end, on the right side of the corridor. He was sitting there. You know, the next statement, he said that, do you want to come for PhD and work with me? And that's completely out of the surprise. You see, so what I'm saying that the problem solving and the thinking part that IISc has given us, it was just after 2 semesters of my stay over here. So that's the way I actually ended up in the US. So you never know how the opportunities will be created and how would you predict that? No machine learning algorithm, I can bet that predict what might happen in the next moment because you do not know the spatio-temporal correlation that you may have now. Right? So that's one part of it. So IISc has given me that opportunity. So this particular award, actually, I dedicate to all my students. Some of the students are actually IISc graduate, them and others as well. To my teachers, Professor Patnaik was my master's thesis advisor. What he taught me how to write technical papers. Very meticulous. So I'll be writing a paper or something in those days by hand. There's no typewriter or something. Even our thesis was ultimately typed by Mr. Acharya, who was our staff member in the office after the hours. So the next day, what I'll see that only red marks, nothing else. My ink is completely gone, completely red mark. Here, there. So many of our seniors said that, are you sure that you're working with Professor Patnaik? I said, that's the challenge I want to take. But through these red marks, actually, I learned exactly how to be meticulous in technical writing, right? So that's one part of it. So I dedicate to him as well for teaching us to develop the passion for research and write and convey your message in the right way. And then, of course, Professor Narsingdev, who came as a visiting faculty, I owe a lot because we still communicate. He's 86 years old, lives in Orlando. I visited him last summer. So I think somebody mentioned the mentors. So mentors are there everywhere. We have to just find them, right? And then, of course, I was the first 1.5 years batch of ME, took the GATE exam in 1983. I'll ask this question. Many of you who did ME over here or even PhD, you have taken probably GATE exam in computer science, right? Just guess, how many students in 1983, the first batch of GATE exam, took the computer science exam? Guess? I'm asking, is this the bad thing of being a teacher, you know? We ask questions. So, 100? Very good, 107. But now I think it's what, lakhs or something, right? 107 means what? You miss one question, 10 percentile. But it was interesting. So 107, precisely 107. Very good guess. So it was interesting. So coming to IISc, I think was a lifelong. I came on a Coromandel Express. In those days, Coromandel Express from Howrah in Calcutta did not come to Bangalore directly. It will come to Chennai, Madras. And then with Madras Mail, the last 2 compartments will be attached. Right? So we got summer seat. But it turned out that that batch from Calcutta, 39 students came to IISc. And more than half of them were in the same compartment. Only 2 compartments were there. So we basically made friends right in the train. And then, of course, we took the auto rickshaw to come from the train station to the campus very early morning, coming from Calcutta, shivering cold to some extent, not that much, still in July, but still we are not used to that. So all these experiences, and especially I would say that having interactive access to computer terminals was very rare. In computer center, 2nd floor, we had like few terminals, and our master students has the least priority. Like you'll get 2 hours per week, and you have to book the week before, right? What we used to do, go in the wee hours, 12 midnight, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, with the hope that some PhD students who have unlimited allocation or postdoctoral students, because they're funded by the grants, they'll not show up, and we'll just grab their seats. And few of us used to do that. Was it not already? Do you remember? Yes, just waiting there that somebody did not come because they have unlimited time because some grants is paying for them. But for us, only 2 hours time, interactive time for debugging or do whatever, and then a week before you have to book the time. So if I think back, that really helped us to learn the very best way, because logically you have to solve the problem as best as you can. We call hand simulation. So there's no room to make any errors. Semantic errors are not there, only syntactically if I just type something wrong. If you are in computer science, you know exactly what I'm making. So all of these things together made us so complete in our life. And when I teach, actually, we talk about many of these things in many different contexts. As I said, this award is dedicated to my parents, who are the first teachers and mentors, Professor Patnaik, Professor nursing there. And also another person, Professor Arun Chowdhury, was the founding head of computer science and engineering department in Calcutta University. We're the first batch there as well. And then all my students, my colleagues, my friends, and everybody. I'll not take much time because how many of you are watching the World Cup soccer, football? Only so many handful. I was awake until 2:30 last night. So if I sleep over there, you know why. I was very sorry to see that Brazil was gone because I was betting that Brazil will go to the finals. Right? Many of you probably thought the same way. Argentina also just barely made it. So we'll be watching tonight as well. Maybe finish the dinner and go and run to the guest house. So all these experiences, the football actually was also very good over a year. 2 years ago when I was visiting 2019 fall, I went to the gym, kind of played carom with the students. I think tomorrow I'm just looking forward to that. All the games are the thing that will be there, right? So let me see, I started with the Upanishadic verse. Let me just finish with that. Okay? Tamoshoma Jatirgamaya Ashotoma Sadgamaya Tamoshoma Jatirgamaya Mitrma Amitangamaya Avida Balma Edi. From unreal to real. Please take us from unreal to real. From untruth to truth. And from mortality to immortality. So with that, let me just end my talk over here. And thank you very, very much for all of you who have the tenacity, perseverance, and the patience to listen to all of us at the late hour. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Das. I would request now the director to give away the Distinguished Alumnus Award. So next Distinguished Alumnus and Alumni Award for the year 2021 is for Professor Kalugi Srinivasa Raghavendra. Professor Raghavendra completed his BA in Electrical Communication Engineering from IISc in 1976 and his MA in Electrical Communication Engineering in 1978. He completed his PhD in Computer Science from the University of California at Los Angeles in 1982. Professor Raghavendra has made lasting and significant contributions in several research areas in the past 35 years. These include design and analysis of interconnection networks, reliability and fault-tolerant computing, parallel algorithms for enhanced meshes and hypercubes, power-aware protocols for wireless ad hoc networks, and more recently in applying machine learning algorithms for oil field problems. He co-developed graph-theoretic techniques to analyze multi-stage interconnection networks. He has developed fault-tolerant routing systems and algorithms in shuffle exchange type networks, which are applicable to multiprocessors that use such networks. Many of these techniques are useful in switches that are used in the ATM networks. His research led to the development of a new power-aware channel access protocol and power-aware routing protocol. Professor Raghavendra has published extensively in international conferences and journals in these areas, has graduated more than 20 PhD students. He has published several papers on power-aware protocols for media access, routing, and broadcasting. Professor Raghavendra is a Vice Dean for Global Engagement at the University of Southern California, Viterbi School of Engineering. In his capacity, he has developed strong ties with many academic institutions and industries in India. He has established a strong partnership with IISc for research and education collaboration between USC Viterbi and IISc. Specifically, he developed a collaborative PhD program between the two institutions and facilitated faculty visits between these two institutions. He has won numerous awards, including the Presidential Young Investigator Award in 1985. He was elected to IEEE Fellowship in 1997 and served as the editor-in-chief for special issues of the Cluster Computing Journals. We are honored to have Professor Raghavendra as a distinguished alumnus of this institute for the year 2021. So the selection committee citation for exemplary contributions in the area of interconnection networks, reliability and fault-tolerant computing, and promoting academic collaborations. I would request Professor Raghavendra to say a few words.
Good evening, everyone. Dear Director Rangarajan, I haven't met you. I have met prior directors because I come here very often. And Professor Phanindra for the nice introduction and organizing this alumni meet. Distinguished guests, fellow awardees, alums and friends. It's my great honor to be here. Sorry. Distinguished alums and friends, it's a great honor to be here, and I'm honored and humbled to receive this distinguished award from one of my favorite institute, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. You may guess from my name, I'm from Bangalore, right? One of the day boarders, commute every day, cross one traffic light to come to campus. I'm talking long time ago. Now you sit in traffic for hours, right? Things have changed a lot, and both the city but Institute of Science has changed a lot. So I was so happy to listen to your presentation, sir, about all the great things going on, the medical school and the new buildings and so many things. It's wonderful. Sajal, I know very well. Can't top that. I don't know of any slokas, but that was a very nice speech. And I know he's junior to me quite a few years. I know about the punch cards, and that is our watering hole. We meet all our other friends in the computer center and all that. I thought by the time you join, maybe we would have moved ahead a little bit, but same memories. Yeah. Of course, computer science and automation was School of Automation for us. At that time, the microprocessors and computers were really new, and we learned from S. Rajaram and Inja Rao, so we have fond memories of building our own computers and working with that kind of thing at that time. So again, I'm very humbled and honored to receive the Distinguished Alumnus Award from the Institute of Science. And it's my pleasure to be here in the midst of so many different faculty members of the Institute and alums and so on. And it's always nice to visit Institute of Science. Many of the alums may be here once in a while, but I'll talk a little bit later about my current position and what I do. So I do come here at least twice a year. So usually come and visit, talk to Professor Narahari and some others I know. So I was kind of keen on looking at who all I know when I come here with so many people around. But sad to say, I recognize a very few. Maybe I'm a very old timer, so I knew only few of the people. But I do know many of the faculty and others from a different capacity through my work of global engagement between our university and other top institutions around the world. So it's great to be visiting and seeing all these changes that are happening in student, all for the good. I mean, wonderful to see new schools coming, wonderful, all the fundraising thing. Wow, it's amazing. IISc rich. It's fantastic. So I fondly remember the classes we would take in the lecture halls, and you mentioned it's going to get upgrades. That's great. We would take classes in the morning in the lecture halls, and then as groups of friends, talking and walk all the way down that beautiful street with all the trees to EC department for our labs in the afternoon. So we would do that every day, and then go and play games in the gymkhana that many of you others mentioned, and our favorite CMS, we would go for our lunch and so on. So lots of great memories. So I'm also dedicated, studying here. I did 5 years of study at Institute, both BA and ME in EC, and learned from great teachers. I remember all of them are great teachers, right? I'm also a professor and I teach at IISc, but we always have some aids. We have PowerPoint slides and we use all that so on. But all these teachers here, they would come and nothing, right? Just come and start talking, writing on the board, and taught us a number of different topics. So it's amazing experience. So currently I'm at University of Southern California in Los Angeles, professor for many years, but for the last many years I've been Vice Dean for globalization or global engagement in the Whitby School of Engineering. So what that does is, as my role, we want to partner from the USA Engineering with all the top places around the world, or top institutions around the world for academic research and education collaboration. So what better place for engineering to collaborate than India, right? And then the best place is the Indian Institute of Science. We all deem Institute of Science as one of the top research place for science and engineering. So naturally, for me, it's no-brainer. Very easy to come and establish partnerships. So we have done, even during the last 3 years with COVID, we had done some, I know there was a lot of interesting research on COVID was going on here. And Hari and I and another colleague of mine, he was at USC also, Professor Vijay Kumar, who is there, helped organize a research symposium that we did on Zoom last couple of times. So interesting exchange of research going on at our university as well as at Institute of Science, and to promote more research collaborations and education collaborations. So we continue to do that. Hopefully we'll be able to do more in health and health informatics and other areas. So not only I have visited institutes, so whenever other people come from USC, our dean has visited. We were here a few days ago in India, but couldn't visit institute, but dean and president and others have visited the Institute of Science. We'll continue to do that. And also I try to help promote, as part of my role as vice dean, to get our faculty. I mean, one of my interests is get more of our USC faculty to come to India and visit and so on. I'm happy to say that one of our faculty member, Professor Murali Annavaram, is actually spending the whole year on sabbatical leave at Institute of Science here. And I had PhD students who are also IISc students have taken and worked with me as well. So we have strong collaborations and we continue to do that. And so somebody mentioned about some joint educational program, we continue to do that. So I would like at this time to thank the IISc Alumni Association for hosting this event. So in US, there are a lot of alums. I think we are reasonably organized, but not as well organized as IITs, I think. They're big, many IITs, many students, so they do big events. Although when IISc did their 100th anniversary in Bay Area, it was fantastic. So we all pitched in, helped, and a big event happened, and Balki came and Balram came and all of that happened. But now they have a US-wide organization have been formed, alumni organization. And just couple of weeks ago, we formed a chapter in Southern California. So Chalapa came, and then I'm roped into establishing that alum association in Southern California. If any of the alums are in Southern California, please come and talk to me. So we want to have an organization there, meet, enjoy events, and share stories and so on. So I would like to thank my nominator and all the committee that selected me for this award, and I'm really honored to receive this prestigious alum award from the Institute of Science. And thank you again, and for all that I've enjoyed this evening, and thanks for listening to all of us. I mean, all of these distinguished colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Raghavendra. I would request now the director to present the award. Thank you, President Rangarajan. For the Distinguished Alumni Award for 2022, I have Kallan H.S. Shankar VSM. Kallan Shankar did his ME Applied Electronics from IISc in 1973. He has done, previous to this, his BE in Electrical with specialization in Electronics in 1964 from University of Mysore, securing the first class and 9th rank for the university. After completion of Army Officers Training in 1964, he was posted to a field unit and fought for the country on the Indo-Pak Wars of 65 and 71. He held many prestigious posts in the Army, served with distinction as an instructor at the Military College of Electronics and Mechanical Engineering, Chief Maintainability Engineer of MAG No. 1, and as the Commanding Officer of the Corps Maintenance Area Workshop. He took voluntary retirement in April 1986. Post-retirement, he joined Bharat Electronics Limited as a Deputy General Manager of R&D in May 1986. He held various appointments at BEL, culminating in his selection as a Director of R&D at BEL from August 1995 to March 2003. It was under his supervision as production head that BEL produced more than 75,000 electronic voting machines, EVMs that are called as, paving the way for their widespread use in Indian elections. He spearheaded a large number of indigenous development projects and was awarded outstanding contribution to R&D in 2003. In 2004, Kallan Shankar established a new company, Alpha Design Technologies Private Limited. As Chairman and Managing Director of Alpha Design Technologies Private Limited, he was the driving force behind the establishment of ultra-modern R&D and production facilities through a series of joint venture companies and collaborations with technology leaders in India and overseas. The company made significant progress in this regard under his leadership and is now considered as one of the fastest growing R&D and manufacturing firms for the defense and private sector in India. Kallan Shankar is the recipient of many prestigious awards. He was awarded the Lifetime Achievement Award by the Society of Indian Aerospace Technologies and Industries in 2016 and was named the Electronics Man of the Year in 2017 and 18 and Elsinia Annual Awards. We are honored to have Kallan H.S. Shankar as a distinguished alumnus of this institute for the year 2022. So the citation from the selection committee for exemplary service in the armed forces and outstanding industrial leadership in the defense sector in line with Make in India. I would now request Kallan Shankar to say a few words.
Honorable Director and my colleague and honored awardees sitting along with me on the dais. Very many veterans I see here, those who have contributed enormously to the growth of science and engineering in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, of course it is a great pleasure and honor to be with you all, and also to be the recipient of this award from my own alma mater, which is very dear and near to all of our hearts. Well, I thank Professor Phanindra for enlarging and adding on to the biodata. Very nicely told, sir, and thank you very much. And all this is due to, of course, the alma mater and the grounding that we had here. Actually, looking back on that, I was from BMS College of Engineering, did my engineering in 1964, as it was told by Professor Phanindra also. And at that time, as you know, in 1962, Indian Army faced a defeat from Chinese. And we were very badly beaten. We were all engineering students at the time. A mobile services selection board came to our BMS Engineering College, and we had till that time not much of intention of joining the army. In our class, actually, there were about 60 chaps. And we had a professor who was well known to be a very boring professor. And as you know, as students, you will always find methodology of escaping the interesting or whatever talk that he would give. So we all decided that we will all go for the interview, because at least we will be away for about 1 or 2 hours from his lecture. So we all went for that, and as luck would have it, I got struck up. 6 of us got struck up actually, and 4 of us later joined the army, and it was on what is called as the university entry scheme. And the thing was that in the final year, we were in the pre-final year. Final year, we would get 400 rupees per month as our own stipend, which was quite a great sum at the time. But actually, they didn't pay us till the time we joined the army, because they wanted to be sure that these guys who are selected to join the army, only then they gave. But it gave as a pleasant thing, because 4,800 rupees in a bunch was quite a good sum. So anyhow, so that made us join the Indian Army. And of course, in the final engineering, I got very good marks, and I was 9th rank for the university, which was quite good at that time. We were Mysore University as a whole, and not bits and pieces that we have today. And then everybody advised me, why do you want to go and join the army? Because only those who do not have brains, who do not get any other job, they join the army. And also they get spoiled very easily in the army. All this were told, but my father asked me, no, nothing doing. There was a war on, and so they want the engineers, so you better go and join. And by that time, I had also read something more, and so we joined the academy. So lo and behold, as soon as the training was completed and we became officers of the Indian Army as second lieutenants, ours was the first course straight from the academy days after the training. We were sent away straight away to the battle areas. The 1965 war was, the storm was gathering, sort of. So we were all sent to the Punjab border. So I had the honor of, again, participating in a good war which we had with Pakistan, and which we won also, Indian Army. And it was, as you know, a good break from the 1962 debacle, and it boosted the morale of Indian troops as well as for the whole of the country. And we stayed in Pakistan for about good 6 months, because at that time there was a lull, and ceasefire was announced by the then Prime Minister, late Lal Bahadur Shastri. And then after that we came back, of course, to our own areas. And we had gone up to the Ichogil Canal. We were to have gone to Lahore, but that couldn't take place because of the ceasefire. So we came back, and then back to the our own army routine. At that time, the spirit was very high. So that was 1965, and then we went on for various other, appointments and others in the army, each more interesting than the other. Then I had the opportunity of going for an interview at Army headquarters for those to be selected for post-graduation. They used to send 2 officers from the defense forces to the Indian Institute of Science, and then 2 to IIT Madras and things like that. At that time, all the IITs also used to get 2 Army, Navy, Air Force officers on a rotation basis. And I was lucky enough to get it in my own hometown, Bangalore. So I came over here, and at that time we used to get the salary of a major. I was a major by that time. So I came over here, and so I was getting about 1,150, I remember, whereas all my students, my colleague students, were getting about 250 rupees as the stipend. So I was a money chap at the time, and that had good points and bad points, in the sense you go to the canteen and all that and sit below that tree, that famous canteen which is no longer there, I think. And there, the bill naturally used to come to me. I used to pay it happily, because that used to give me some power and authority to control the 16 students we had. And those 16 students, when we came, you see, when I'd gone to the army and I served for about almost 7 years, you see, your brain will be coated with olive green paint also. So first is after you enter this particular institute, that is to be taken out, because all of your classmates, they're all 20, 21-year-old chaps, and most of them are 1 and 2 from each of the universities. And by the time the professor would start writing on the board or telling some topic, they would nod their head and he would go to the next topic. So I had to literally call them and tell them, look, my dear friends, tomorrow onwards, if anybody, nods his head, think that head itself will be cut off. So I used to be quite a dada at that time. So, and they used to take it also in a very sportive manner. We had a very, very fine, friendly and fine a group of people. And we had lots of fun, of course, in that. And naturally, since being a major, you're always picked out in the class. So all the professors, all the lecturers, and everybody would give special preference to this. And also they were somehow, in the sense, quite considerate. And also they used to think that, look, this fellow has come from army, poor fellow, where this thing and all that. And probably I used to get some extra marks. That's my feeling, though I may not have desired, and I know that my own other colleague would have written better answers, I will get some 2 more marks, etc. So luckily I could get the distinction from here also. And before coming to the Indian Institute of Science, I must tell that I was posted to Sikkim, and from Sikkim I was there for 2 years, and then the war with Bangladesh was on. And we were sent from Sikkim, our complete division moved from the Chinese border to Bangladesh. So I had the opportunity of again taking part in the 1971 operations. And over there we had the Tiger Cat missiles, which is the ground-to-air missiles, which Indian Army had bought from UK. Unfortunately, that missile did not have what is called as the night firing capability. In the sense it could be fired only during the daytime to kill the approaching aircraft. So when we were using it on the ground, we were actually giving protection to a bridge there in Bangladesh. We saw the Tiger Cat missiles being on one side, and also the radars being made by my later on alma mater, Bharat Electronics Super Federal radars. That was also kept there. And the target information used to be physically being fed from that to the Tiger Cat missiles. When these radars had the night operations also in the auto track mode, it would automatically track the approaching aircraft. So that gave me an idea that, and our own colleagues over there, as to why not match these two. They're all, after all, next to each other. So we, utilizing the auto track facility of the Super Federal radar, for the Tiger Cat missiles, we connected it up. So in that way, it got the night firing capability also for the Tiger Cat missiles. So that was used also very successfully. And later on, after coming back, I could get what is called the Vishishta Seva Medal from the President of India, which was an honor bestowed on me. So anyhow, from there, from the war zone back to Bangalore, a fantastic place, and it was very welcome, of course. But before coming over there from Bangladesh, I must tell another 2-3 minutes, sir. So I must tell that I had the very, very happy opportunity of seeing 93,000 Pakistani troops being paraded, and all of them surrendered their arms and ammunition, took off their belts, put it on in front of them, and they surrendered to the Indian Army. And that was a very happy occasion. It is still in front of my eyes. That sort of an honorable and very great opportunity of seeing that. And as luck would have it, immediately after that, they made me in charge of the prisoner of war camp, mind you. So what all I have done in life. Okay. So they made me do that, and over there in Babina, Jhansi, went over there. I was the camp commandant. And at that time, it was a very good education because I could meet the Pakistani soldiers, Pakistani officers, and could develop a one-to-one relationship because we were looking them after very well. You know, Indian Army is famous for its generosity and also hospitality. The best of the food, best of the accommodation was given to them, and so they became close friends. And they were telling as to the difference between the Indian Army and the Pakistani Army. They said, as an Indian Army, the young officers would lead from the front. Whereas the Pakistanis, they would sit back, allow the other ranks, the JCOs and then the Havaldars equivalent, they would go on the front, whereas these chaps would only give commands on the backside. So they said that is one of the biggest differences which we found for our defeat and all that. Anyhow, that is an education. Came over here, had a 2 years innings over here and did the project in aeronautical engineering department, doing the RF seeker over there, sorry, optoelectronic seeker as my project. And as luck would have it, only now we are doing now as part of my present company, the RF seeker for the missiles which Dr. Prahlada is sitting here. When he was the director of DRDL, he started a project called as MRSAM, medium range surface to air missile. The one he did it when he was there himself, that is the Akash missiles, has just been cleared and it is there everywhere in the newspaper, almost about Bharat Electronics and BDL about an order, if I'm correct, almost about 50,000 crore rupees. So with him, we worked together, and the MR-SAM has an RF seeker, which we are manufacturing now as part of my own company, Alpha Design Technologies in Hyderabad. So it's a circle that goes round and round in everybody's life. And on that basis, we are proceeding. So I must tell that the opportunities that are there today cannot be equated with what the industries had in even about 15 years back, 20 years back. The fantastic facilities are given, funding and whatever it is required is given, and Government of India supports, all the three services support us, and we do only, of course, in our present company, the defense and avionics and space activities. All the three spheres of activities, we are quite successful. We started, three of us, after I finished my tenure at Bharat Electronics. It is a true startup, and now we have 1,200 people, 700 engineers, young engineers, and most of them in the 21 to 29 age group. And we have followed one principle, that take them only from the lower income and lower middle class groups, because each one of them support in their houses 5 to 6 people. There is a hunger in their stomach. You give a good platform, good R&D projects, they will create wonders. And mind you, 50% out of them are ladies. All the ladies here, I must clap for them, because these lady engineers, pardon my saying so, they do better than our men engineers. They go to field areas, they go for the trials evaluation, and they generally come back winning the particular project. Maybe because they are ladies, the army guys and others select that, whatever it is, and they come back. So it is a good thing that we have so many ladies. And what we are now doing is to give a lot of impetus to the startups and provide the facilities for them. But only thing, sir, that actually it is a little bit of a worry about the startup is they start only thinking about money and money only. And each one of them, if 3 or 4 youngsters are there who make a startup, they want $1 million or $2 million at the end of their 3 years, 4 years work. And most of them are some apps sort of businesses only, and not the hardcore engineering, hardcore equipment and systems that may be needed. Well, I think all of you gentlemen and people like us should advise them also to get on to this. That is my feeling about it. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm correct, I don't know. So coming back to this, I must tell something about my wife and others, because Dr. Rajalakshmi, She was the first one to speak here. And she thanked her husband, everybody. So my wife and my son and my daughter-in-law are there. And the grandson is sitting here in the front and making everybody's life miserable as he does in the house. His name is Ahan. And the other one, Adit, is sitting there along with my son Praveen. He's from IIT Bombay and is now in Seattle with his pretty wife Melinda. And they're all here. And my wife also, I must mention her name, otherwise she will take objection, as my other friend also, Srivastava, also said the same thing. You know, we're all scared of our wives. I don't know why. All of us, let us be honest about it. So, you know, myself, Srivastava, we're all frank enough over here. But some of you are even shy even to say that they are scared of their wives. So my wife Shubha is also sitting there. And mind you, I must remember Indian of Science because I got married to her when I was in the last semester, when I was doing one project, that project in aeronautical engineering. I had started another project in the house. Okay, so that's how it transpired, so I must be grateful to that. I had wonderful professors, learned quite a lot of things. Grateful and gratitude to everybody, my classmates, and there some of them are here. My mentors are here. And I was really overwhelmed by the director's presentation as to how and what strides Indian Institute of Science has taken, and also taken a new direction almost. And the way in which he was rattling off the funding which he has raised in all in hundreds of crores. I had half a mind of coming and requesting him that after he retires, sir, please join the industry and be our financial advisor, and also keep sending a few odd $1 million or $1 billion or crores. Most welcome, sir. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all for giving me this great opportunity of being with you. It's a great pleasure. I know that I am a sort of an odd man out in this crowd because very, very eminent people are there for this thing, but then somehow or the other I sneaked into it. And thanks to probably the selection committee headed by Professor Dr. Prahlad and company and the director. So he must have seen, okay, sometimes let us also look after these army guys. And with that, I am here. And my friend Rajaram is here. And all of the people are there. And my colleague, Dr. Ramchand is here. And Mr. Srikanth is a very famous journalist. He gives, impetus to all the scientific and engineering activities. And all of you friends are here. Wish you all the best, all the happiness, and good health, which I think Anit Srivastava also mentioned it. And wish you the very, very best with you and your family. Thank you. God bless. Jai Hind.
I would request Professor Rangarajan to give the Distinguished Alumnus Award to Colonel Shankar. Thank you, Professor Rangarajan. Thank you, Colonel Shankar. So the next Distinguished Alumni Award for the year 2022 is for Professor M. Narasimhamurthy. Professor Murthy completed his BE in Electrical Engineering from IISc in 1975 and his ME in Electrical Engineering from IISc in 1978. He obtained his PhD in Computer Science and Automation from IISc in 1982. He is currently an honorary professor of Department of Computer Science and Automation. Professor Murthy is a complete academician with highest class research accomplishments, exemplary teaching contributions, excellent mentorship of students, and outstanding service to IISc. He truly personifies what IISc professor stands for. He has taught a wide spectrum of computer science courses to more than 30 generations of students, has written several textbooks and monographs out of his teaching experience. He has mentored 25 plus PhD students, 100 plus MTech MS project students. His rigorous training has ensured that these students occupy influential positions both in academia and industry. His research work and paper on data clustering is the highest cited paper by any IISc faculty member. As per Google Scholar, his works have been cited more than 25,000 times. The divide and conquer clustering algorithm proposed by him in 1980 was the first of its kind. That framework is still exploited by several research groups. He has co-authored several books on pattern recognition and machine learning. The book on pattern recognition, first published by University Press, Hyderabad, was later adopted by Springer due to its popularity among academicians. Professor Murthy was probably the first pattern recognition course developer, which is now called as artificial intelligence at IISc, back in the time of 1982. Professor Murthy was the Dean of Faculty of Engineering during 2014 and 2016 of IISc. As the Dean, he was responsible for relabeling and restructuring the master's programs in engineering of IISc to make them more consistent and attractive to students. Professor Murthy is an elected fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering in 2009 and is a fellow of National Academy of Sciences. He was the leader of the team winning KDD Cup in 2003, organized by Cornell University. We are very honored to have Professor Narasimhamurthy as distinguished alumnus of this institute for the year 2022. The selection committee citation for outstanding scholarly contributions in the area of pattern recognition and exemplary student mentorship. So now I would request Professor Murthy to say a few words.
Dear friends, good evening to all of you. So I would like to first start with thanking several people who are responsible for putting me here. Professor Rangarajan and the search committee for having selected me for this award, and Professor Phanindra and his team for organizing this event in a wonderful way. And some of the known, unknown nominators who nominated my this award citation they created, they had more confidence in me than I had in myself, and thanks to all of them. So let me first congratulate my fellow awardees. At IISc, of course, I spent a lot of time, and gist of my learning has been just a simple one line: life is beautiful. And if you look at IISc, it is a larger than life institute, so it's more beautiful. And life at IISc is even more beautiful, and had enjoyed this for more than 5 decades. I came in 1972 to this campus for doing my bachelor's. Fortunately, there is no Google, no mobiles as a student, but of course, a lot of movie theaters and good friends who could take me to movies on a regular basis. So that was the culture. And somehow the citation committee, the selection committee, cornered me in pattern recognition. So let me start with that topic. I won't get into the details of pattern recognition, which I cannot definitely, successfully do here in a big way. The world of pattern recognition, I could enter through a course offered by Professor Tatachar, and later on is nurtured by people like Professor G. Krishna, Professor V.V.S. Sharma. Unfortunately, none of them is here. None of them is around us now. And there are several students who took my courses did not even do any research directly as a student with me, but they took my courses and they taught me pattern recognition in a kind of creative way by asking interesting questions. For example, Dr. Anurag Srivastava, who did his PhD with Professor G. Krishna, my supervisor, and masters with Professor Rajaraman. So whenever I start teaching any new topic, the first person in the class would be Anurag to help me by asking interesting questions. So I worked in an area called pattern clustering, and Professor Chittanda Gowda, who was later on the Vice Chancellor of Kuvempu University, he taught me clustering. And somehow Chittanda Gowda felt that instead of one-way neighborhood, a mutual neighborhood is more interesting to pursue. And that is where he brought in the context into picture in grouping patterns. Clustering is nothing but grouping of patterns which are similar or is in the proximity of each other and so on. So he worked with a stalwart in the area of machine learning called, the person's name is Ryszard Mikulski at University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. So Mikulski felt that clustering should be done by using knowledge in grouping in terms of finding the right similarity, right matching, and so on. And he poo-poohed the earlier approaches called numerical taxonomy methods. So Anurag asked me in the class when I was teaching this particular conceptual clustering of Mikulski, why can't we use knowledge in a prior step? For example, in representation itself. If you do that in representation, then you can do a wonderful job later on, if you can at all do in representation. And that, of course, led to a publication. This is an example to cite that IISc, even the core students will pull you into research. I did not encounter many teachers who are, spoon-feeding variety, which I used to have during my college days. Here, teachers are more, provoking and motivating to let you go into the world of a topic. Okay. So, for my PhD, I worked with Professor G. Krishna at the School of Automation then. In 1978, I started my PhD. Of course, before that, Professor Raghavendra was a classmate in a course on Professor Viswanathan's course on systems engineering, methodologies of systems engineering and optimization, a related course. And then a very simple thing called as divide and conquer. This I observed from nature only. The human beings typically are excellent in this kind of activity. And that's what I used in my, as a basis for my research. In 1980, I got a paper out of this. And what is surprising is, at a later point in time, in 2004, a Stanford group of researchers led by Rajiv Motwani, they patented this divide and conquer clustering in 2004, actually. So what I was seeing at that time is that if you have an idea, patenting was not very, very simple or natural in 1980s. Whereas the institute has really transformed itself into a very, in a big way to protect the interests and IPs and so on. So one of my opportunities has been interacting with a talented bunch of students, and I learned every topic which I taught along with my students, and because they forced me into those topics because of their interest. For example, like mathematical logic, neural networks, I started a course in 1990, and then genetic algorithms and social networks. A lot of these topics I could start because of researching and teaching because of my students. So I owe a lot to the students, and I should naturally share this award along with my students also. And I have respect for IISc for two things. And one of them is the academic freedom I got, which is kind of thing which I have not seen across the globe in most of the other universities, the kind of academic freedom that I enjoyed. And the second one is the quality of research interactions with the students and the colleagues. Every one of the collaborations helped me to appreciate the topic more and more. And it gave me a longer life because of my interaction with my students. And of course, I had also dealt with a lot of administrative roles I had played, like the Dean of Engineering, mostly as an observer. I was never a controller like Colonel Shankar was saying. I was more an observer. And as an observer, I used to involve a lot of faculty and students in most of the decision making, in streamlining some of the labels for the programs, including MTech, as Professor Phanindra was telling. And finally, what I see is, if this kind of platform, which IISc extended to me, or the Department of CSA has extended to me, if some other person has been there in my position, they would have done much better than me. That's what I feel. And so I'm really humbled by this award, and I thank all the people involved in giving me this award, and thanks a lot.
I would request Professor Rangarajan to hand over the Distinguished Alumni Award to Professor Murthy. Thank you, Professor Rangarajan. Thank you, Professor Murthy. So we have come to the last physical award winner, Dr. Krishna Nandabalan. He is the winner of the Distinguished Alumni Award for the year 2022. Dr. Krishna Nandabalan completed his PhD in biochemistry from IISc in 1989. Over the past 2 decades, Dr. Nandabalan has pioneered the development of big data analytics, AI, ML, and their application in monitoring emerging healthcare innovation through assimilation and query of large data sets. This has resulted in significant patient impact and the successful formulation of biotech companies, BioXcel Therapeutics, which is listed in the NASDAQ, and Invia Therapeutics and technology company Invinia AI LLC. Dr. Nandabalan has over 2 decades of experience in the pharmaceutical and biotechnology industry, including research and development operations. He has extensive experience in manufacturing and in and out licensing, and has completed deals with key industry players such as AstraZeneca, Biogen, Pfizer, GlaxoSmithKline as well. He holds 14 issued patents and has published in leading journals such as Cell and Science. He also holds C-level director positions in the industry. He was invited as a TEDx speaker to discuss AI's impact on accelerating innovation, particularly in healthcare, and is currently New Haven BizPower 25 leaders list who are making a difference through the innovation. Currently, he is the chairman and president and CEO of Invia Therapeutics, president and CEO of Invinia AI, CDO of BioXcel Therapeutics, president and co-founder of BioXcel Corporation. We are very honored to have Dr. Krishna Nandabalan as a distinguished alumnus of this institute for the year 2022. The citation from the selection committee for exemplary entrepreneurship in biotechnology and advancing the next wave of medicines in neuroscience and immuno-oncology. I would now request Professor Dr. Nandabalan to say a few words.
Thank you very much, Dr. Phanindra. I'd like to start by thanking the Director of IISc, Professor Rangarajan, the selection committee for nominating me for this award. I'm honored and humbled to be recognized by an institute that is renowned both nationally and globally, and has shaped who I am today. Congratulations to my fellow awardees. It's great to be back here 32 years after I completed my PhD in biochemistry. I don't think it has escaped anyone's attention that I'm the sole member of the Division of Biological Sciences in this group here. I wish my mentor and supervisor, the late Dr. Joseph Padayati, could be here today. His scientific accomplishments were both vast and profound. We were the first lab to clone a eukaryotic gene and publish the sequence in the journal Nature. He taught me to push the envelope, look beyond the obvious, never accept status quo, and equipped me with the mindset to tap the unlimited potential of leveraging science to impact society. As I look back, I may look old, but I'm not that old. It's astounding that I worked through so many revolutionary moments in the recent history of science. From the sequencing of the first human genome and the resulting several omics technologies that followed, to data science, big data, the emergence of artificial intelligence as a mainstream application in the pharmaceutical industry. Whether each of you realize it or not, it's not just in Google and Microsoft or all the other obvious things that we use in the consumer sector, but AI is changing everything, and it is also changing the way we discover drugs. The intersection of science and technology has created a force multiplier in the pharma industry, and this is an industry that's fraught with bottlenecks, where the chance of success is somewhere between 1% and 2%. So the sooner you eliminate the nonsense, the more likely you are to succeed, right? So it's all a process of elimination. You can't do this alone. Together with an army of colleagues, you must have wondered, wow, how can you hold so many jobs? Well, actually, one company led to the other, right? So BioXcel spawned BioXcel Therapeutics, and InMany AI spawned Invia, and so on. And since I was there in the beginning, I'm still there. Until someone kicks me out, I'm there, I guess. But the army of colleagues that have helped me in advancing the application of science and technology to a really complex issue of understanding how disease progresses and how can you solve these problems. 3 of them are here, Samir, Sudhir, and Arpit, and several are watching from Basel, Switzerland, from New Haven, Connecticut, from Gurgaon, India, and from Bangalore as well. So hello, everybody. This is being live streamed. They all know that. We have been able to delve into petabytes of data, scientific, clinical, commercial, news, and really map the connections between diseases, drugs, and molecular targets to create hypotheses that can be tested for the ability to transform a disease state or a symptom of a disease. Okay? So over time, this has led to the formation of 3 companies, some of them NASDAQ listed, and actually more importantly, the approval of a drug. We went from whiteboarding concept in 2015 to the approval of a drug in 2022. This never happened so fast. Okay? So it's really amazing. And that courage and that imagination I got in IISc, where it was, the one word that represents, so they have, there's a book, there's a coffee table book that I saw some time back, and about how there are these words in other languages that has no English equivalent. Do you know what is the one word that represents India? Jugaad, right? And you learned how to get things done. And but at the same time, you learned the fundamentals of science, right? So you not only had to know how to design your experiments, we had to learn to clean the serval centrifuges and change the brushes and make sure that you ordered your gamma ATP in time, and all those things. But still, it was the best training that one could have, which I realized much later was what never gave me pause in going after much more complicated challenges, right? So while we have made a small impact, one drug so far, and we have much to accomplish in this area. If we can make even a small difference in the life of patients by doing what we love to do, which is science, and I'm a very fortunate guy, right? So I get to do what I love to do and have such a big impact and also make some good money doing it. So in doing so, I hope to continue to uphold the mission of IISc. You saw it very well expressed this evening, which as far as I can interpret, is assist in imparting world-class higher education, conducting high-impact research to generate new knowledge and disseminating this knowledge, and to apply the latest technology. And now my latest fascination is with applying how to use deep learning models in drug discovery, to create the know-how for the utilization by the industry and society as a whole, right? Of course, you don't get to this point in life all by yourself, colleagues, friends, and so on, but also, I mean, everyone has made the mention of their wife. My wife is not only my wife, she's also my fellow scientist. Sukanti Balasubramani is a more accomplished bioinformatician than I am, and so you can imagine how the conversations on our dining table and bedroom proceeds. But she has stood by my side through thick and thin and taken part in this incredible journey. So once again, I thank you all for this immense honor and opportunity, and I thank you all for a very patient listening.
Thank you, Dr. Nandabalan. I would now request Professor Rangarajan to hand over the Distinguished Alumni Award to Dr. Nandabalan. Thank you, Professor Rangarajan. Thank you, Dr. Nandabalan. So I'm going to read out the citations for the Distinguished Alumni Awardees who are unable to attend. So I'll start off for the year 2020, Professor Sethuraman Panchanathan, BE 1984 from the Department of ECE. He's currently the Director of National Science Foundation, USA. His citation is, for exemplary contributions to innovation, entrepreneurship, and institution building, for research on human-centered computing solutions benefiting individuals with disabilities, and for leading key scientific institutions such as US National Science Foundation, NSF. Please give a round of applause. Next, Professor B.S. Murthy, Distinguished Alumnus Awardee for the year 2020. He received his ME in 1988 and PhD in 1992 from Department of Metallurgy. He's currently the Director of IIT Hyderabad. The citation, for exemplary contributions to the fields of high entropy alloys, non-equilibrium processing of materials by mechanical alloying and bulk metallic glasses, and for establishing key facilities, collaborations, and conferences in metallurgy. Next, Dr. Keshav Panda, Distinguished Alumnus Awardee for the year 2020. He received his ME in 1985 from the Aerospace Engineering. He is former CEO and MD of L&T Technology Services Limited, USA. His citation, for exemplary contributions to the engineering, research and development, along with steering the growth of engineering services business such as Satyam and L&T Technology Services, and for thought leadership in emerging technology fields. Next, Professor T. Pradeep, Distinguished Alumnus Awardee for the year 2021. He received his PhD in 1991 from Solid State and Structural Chemistry Unit. He is currently Institute Professor at the Institute of Technology, Madras. For his citation, for exemplary innovative contributions in metal nanoparticle-based drinking water purification methods and path-breaking work in the development of molecular and nanoscale materials. Dr. Anuradha M. Annaswamy, Distinguished Alumna Award for the year 2021. She received B in 1979 from Department of Electrical Engineering. She is currently a research scientist at MIT. Her citation: for exemplary scholarly contributions in adaptive control theory. Professor Bharat Kumar Bhargava, Distinguished Alumnus Awardee for the year 2022. He received his BE from Department of ECE from 1969. He is currently a Professor of Computer Science at Purdue University. His citation: for pioneering contributions to cybersecurity, applied machine learning, and autonomous systems, and exemplary mentorship of students from underrepresented backgrounds. Dr. Krishnamohan Vadarevu, Distinguished Alumnus Awardee for the year 2022. He received his PhD in 1976 from the Institute from the Department of Inorganic and Physical Chemistry. He is currently Executive Director at Bharat Biotech International Limited. His citation: for exemplary leadership in the development of life-saving indigenous vaccines, including Covaxin. So with this, we have come to an end of today's events. The only thing that is due is vote of thanks. So I would like to start off the vote of thanks with thanking the director for addressing the alumni and being part of this event. The distinguished alumni awardees who are on the stage and their family and friends who are around here, those who have attended in person, and all those awardees who could not attend, we know that your heart is here. Deep acknowledgements to all the nominators for these awardees. Please give a big round of applause. Many thanks to Professor Narahari and Professor Navkant Bhatt for the special talks delivered today. Thanks to the Registrar, Captain Warrior, for joining this evening and all the support provided. Many thanks to the departments and corresponding chairs for organizing specific department alumni events. I would also like to thank all the student volunteers, WODA staff, guest house staff, and IISc Alumni Association for making today's events memorable. Last but not the least, special thanks to all IISc admin officers, assistant and deputy registrars for their help in organizing this event. This requires really a big round of applause. Thanks to all the alumni and their families and friends who could join today. And those of you who are watching the live streaming, thank you very much for doing this. Before we disperse for dinner, I have a few important announcements about tomorrow's event due to onset of the cyclone. So tomorrow, nature walk and sports stands cancelled. Still, there is a morning breakfast at the AMS at 8:30 a.m. which is being planned. There are few indoor games that have been planned post the breakfast, that is at 9:30 a.m. So I would request all of you to assemble at the AMS at 8:30 a.m. So we hope that you have enjoyed the alumni reunion. I would like to think that you will come back again and look forward to seeing you in the next year. So these are meant for the awardees who are there on the stage. I would like to request you to stay back on the stage for a group photograph with the director. And all the family members and colleagues who are here to represent the awardees who are not able to attend, please stay back here. The program has ended now, so we could disperse now, and are requesting all of you to proceed for the dinner. Thank you very much. Have a good night. It's like that for the photograph. Yes. No, you have to take a group photograph. That is, there is a mix-up.
happen.